Ever wondered what makes TV so powerful in Jamaica? Time to find out. Welcome to Global TV Group 358, where television meets innovation. We're not just about shows, we're about shaping society. In Jamaica, TV keeps you informed, connects diverse voices, and supports democracy. Imagine a Jamaica where broadcasters unite, sharing data and collaborating globally. That's us, a unified voice in the TV industry. Did you know TV advertising is still king? It drives website traffic, boosts brand equity, and powers integrated campaigns. Even in an age of digital, TV stands strong, resilient in tough times. Our global TV deck is your treasure trove of insights and data. With charts, graphs, and success stories, it's your guide to impactful TV advertising. Curious to learn more? Visit our website and see how Global TV Group 358 keeps television at the heart of entertainment in Jamaica. Get ready to binge watch the future.
For me again, you can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. Can't buy scandal, we can't buy time. You can't for me again. Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. You touch up line and a resort to crime. You can't for me again.
What we gonna eat no money, what we at you, eat no at you. COVID money, miss away in the your little rat you. Use the youth, the money, waste no must a man to statue. Say me like a catch you, but me got in a figure you. Take the spit of money, got and say that is not you. One day the man above him, look him, I got a bet. Too much it in the kitchen, some a fly by like a patu. When singers and DJs and social media's coming at you.
It burn me.
300% raise.
It burn me.
Garbage pile of the day.
It burn me.
Give the teacher them raise.
It burn me.
I see corruption face.
It burn me.
Mash down the people them house.
It burn me.
Every day appear arms out.
It burn me.
Appear money them a thief.
It burn me.
And them a sell out with each.
Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. Can't buy scandal, we can't buy time. You can't for me again. Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. You touch up line and a resort to crime. You can't for me again.
Come me say big up all the charities and all of the givers. Some a go like say them powerful, me no make a bigger. The urgent the promise it none of them not deliver. Cut up the youth them rap and they down in our fever. Member bold money and they lie them tell. Corruption smell and they pocket them swell. When police don't a market like Satan out of hell go mash up people start like thief when them sell.
It burn me.
Or they treat the market man.
It burn me.
Or them a treat the cat man.
It burn me.
Or they treat the peanut man.
It burn me.
Or them a treat the dirt man.
It burn me.
Or them a treat the sound man.
It burn me.
Or them a treat policeman.
It burn me.
How them a treat soldier man.
It burn me.
How them a treat everyone.
Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. Can't buy scandal, we can't buy time. You can't for me again. Can't for me again.
Stevie dim day. We in Global TV says certain kind of friend be no cape. And some informer friend we love Lake. We in Global, bona fake friend and bona tape. We in Global, we not promote them, we not support them. Look at them on the cheek, come here represent for. We in Global TV, check it.
Good evening, and welcome to Global TV. It is the PM budget debate this evening. How would we not cheat the Prime Minister? So, it look like because when I run from PM this evening, everybody gone under bed. Me not run from the PM. Me a stand up and listen to the PM, because if me not listen to the PM, I won't be able to criticize the PM or praise him or throw him up against the wall for that matter. So I'm not going to duck out on the PM this evening. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to my community of party and all my family members, platform moderators, membership holders, viewers, subscribers, commenters, and trolls. Good evening and welcome. Thank you all for joining us this evening. It is another historic evening of the budget debate. This is round 4 of it. You first have the Minister of Finance, Favour Williams, first woman to present the budget debate in our country. Then you have Julian Robinson, who responded to her, and then Mark Golden and the other hand responded a couple days ago. 1 second. Hello? Yeah? All right, respect. Okay. Sorry about that, my peeps. I had to take that call. So, you had a policy-laced budget debate from Mark Golden on Tuesday evening. This evening, the Prime Minister will outline his wahala for the nation. One of the big questions before the Prime Minister gets to his feet, he wants to ask, will there be any big cat jumping out the bag at us this evening? Will the Prime Minister have any big surprises, any big spending? Or is it will be the same old, the roads, I have done this on the roads, the new social housing, the economic growth, the economy has never been this good before, we have taken down crime, and all of what you know, and expect the Prime Minister to come with. But bear with us a sec.
Out! Whoa! Yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Are you expecting any surprises this evening? Or it will be the same old tickle my fancies from the Prime Minister, Debbie Jarvis? Good evening and welcome. How are you? Thank you for joining. Good evening, Beat and Teach. Good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining. Who else is here? Coletta Turner, good evening. The Easy Jerk World, good evening and welcome. Karen Namad, Canadian Girl, good evening. Miranda Ruddock, good evening and welcome. Let me see who is on TikTok. You're all ducking out on the PM this evening. Lady Andrea, Zeet, Pauline, Sherman, highly favored. Good evening all and welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's 3 minutes to 2 o'clock, 3 minutes to 7 in the United Kingdom. PBCJ normally gets off to a late start, sometime 15 to 20 minutes. We're expecting the link to go live at any time. We're hoping that the PM might be on time this evening. And as soon as the PM, the link goes live, we will make sure we bring it to you. And TikTok, we will be turning the light off when the link goes live. And we will make sure we give you.
Is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a
Hold on,
piece
let me
of the road.
adjust this.
We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference.
Hold on, let
Feel
me
the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Let's see if they get on the way.
Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the lower house. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin,
Marcia Thomas,
let's
good
try a
evening.
parliamentary
Nadine
trivia
Grace,
question. True
Colleen
or
Humphreys,
false? The national budget is a public record
Colleen
of
Richards,
the amount of money
Veronica
that the
Vasco.
government intends to raise and spend for one
Good
fiscal
evening,
year.
and welcome.
Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. On the agenda, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness is set to make his contribution to the 2025-2026
Gardens, good
budget
evening.
debate. For your information, the government has tabled a $1.26 trillion budget for the new fiscal year, starting April 1. In a social media post under the themes Building Jamaica and
TikTok,
We
let me
Choose
turn off the
Jamaica,
light before you. So
Dr. Holness says he will outline a detailed plan on making the economy care for citizens. He also states in his post that this year's address will tell us how Jamaica's next chapter begins. He says the address will focus on accelerating growth for a future of peace, productivity, and prosperity. He is also expected to respond to comments made by opposition leader Mark Golding during his budget debate presentation on Tuesday. The national budget is a public record that outlines the government's plans for raising income and spending money to provide essential services such as healthcare, welfare, and security to its citizens. It serves as the country's annual financial statement, detailing the government's financial priorities for the year. The budget is divided by ministry and presents a financial proposal for a single fiscal year, running from April 1 to March 31 of the following year. It reflects how the government plans to allocate resources across various sectors and is a crucial tool for ensuring transparency and accountability in public finance. The money to provide the services that the government offers to the public comes from consumers and wage earners, among other sources. Government revenue is sourced from taxes on consumer goods, property, personal income, utilities such as electricity and water. Loans are also a source of funding. So are international lending agencies. Grants from charitable organizations such as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and funds raised through government-owned profit-making enterprises. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question we asked. The national budget is a public record of the amount of money that the government intends to raise and spend for one fiscal year. It's true. And as I said before, this year the government has tabled a $1.26 trillion budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Finance and Public Service Minister Favour Williams, in her opening debate presentation, said the budget will be funded with $949.5 billion of tax revenues, $139.8 billion of non-tax revenues, and $812 million from bauxite levy, as well as $5.96 billion of grants. Now over to the proceedings.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it.
Psychology.
Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Run one list, John Rap, Catherine, even Estina Time, Karen Wagwan, psychology.
Just live good, man.
Philip Williams, please.
Aspiring gunman, Batman, young dance, liquor shackers, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds. You still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No, not gun for no guy.
Tyra Prime.
And not bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble.
Psychology.
Granny, some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Aspiring
Florence Hamilton,
gunman, Batman, young dance, liquor shackers, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds. You still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No, not gun for no guy.
Jeannie, good
and
evening.
not bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble. Think about your family, your father, your mother.
Marceline Bennett, good evening.
Granny, some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
More of your money is now tax-free? Know that the income tax threshold has been increased. Your government is looking after you responsibly, so our economy can do even more for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime
Marjorie,
Minister.
good evening.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of it. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Joan, good evening.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica. Jamaica improve, heart-free, wages increase, housing scheme a bill up, we have more opportunities, roads build, and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Makeda.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding?
PDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you.
A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
The government expects to collect revenue, raise loans, and utilize cash resources to finance the central government expenditure budget. The money to fund the budget comes from taxation, for example, income tax, education tax, stamp duties, general consumption tax, among others. Non-tax, for example, profits in government companies and miscellaneous receipts by the Accountant General. Other sources of funding include Capital Development Fund transfer, capital, grants, and the Consolidated Fund. In essence, most of the country's funding comes from revenue and grants, loans, and from prior year cash balances in the Consolidated Fund. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit mof.gov.jm for more information.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock, we're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It in at the table on the side of the back. You fit
check out the servings. Just do the maths, not taking too much, finger below the facts. Sorry, on the nutrition facts. It they in at the table, by the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars, and the fats. 5% or less in the on the right track. You feel zoom in on the nutrition facts. It they in at the table, by the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals, and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake, and less fat. You feel zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and
so move in front of me, move!
If the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Every student attending Heart and STA Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
The budget is made up of expenditure and revenue estimates that are tabled in the House of Representatives at the same time by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The expenditure is the projected costs to cover the country's loans to public bodies, public debt, non-wage expenditure, wages, salaries, and capital for the financial year. The revenue is the total sum of money that the government will collect or raise to fund its expenditure for the financial year. The major revenue items include taxation, non-tax and capital revenue, grants, capital development fund, and loan receipts. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit mof.gov.jm for more information.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, none of that.
Look how much minute and take.
You ever play a dirty game, man?
You have to bear too.
No, I said, person, come from brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, Bridging. Just shake hands, I can play a little bit, Bridging.
Really have to shake hands?
Yeah, man, and a badness, Bridging. Just live good, man.
Thanks, brother.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me calm tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help.
Rosemary
Forced labor
Samuels,
is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something,
Joan
say
Bailey,
something. Report suspected cases
Marcia
of human
Smallin.
trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888 Protect.
Na, 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 na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Young Jamaicans up to 35, your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT housing solutions over the next 5 years, just for you with 100% financing up to $50 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just
no, today the whole
political different psychology with the Prime Minister for this screen. Create job opportunities. Drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Prime Minister probably had that iron cross, like Nigel last year.
Any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers, drums, barrels, buckets,
I did
and
summer in
cans.
England
If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface.
In a
Punch holes
London,
in all
19
tins,
to
plastics,
20
and beverage
degrees.
boxes to prevent the collection of
So,
water before
when you go
disposal.
enjoy
Cover all tires or
good
fill with
weather,
dirt to prevent water
tomorrow
collection.
spring
Scrub all
officially
cases
starts
once
in
a
a
week
in
to
the
remove
UK.
mosquito eggs.
So
Use
it looks like
mosquito
spring
repellents to protect
go
yourself from
on
mosquito
with
bites. Dispose of garbage
spring
properly
go
by
on with
placing plastic bags and
tennis.
securing properly to prevent
It was
water
like
collection.
t-shirt. Like for
A
white
message
people,
from the
they were
Ministry of
wearing
Health and
like
Wellness.
sleeveless. But it was like t-shirt
Dengue
and
is
shorts, the
ordinarily a
weather
mild
today, trust
disease.
me.
Persons may get a
Watch
fever,
this, I want you.
headache,
Watch him.
joint and muscle pains.
Watch him.
Illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration,
Wicked
along
and
with
liar and
paracetamol
thief.
to treat the accompanying fever. However,
Look
on
on your amount of
occasions, the illness
billions,
can
the thief.
progress to severe
And you
dengue.
still
It
sit down
can
here and
result in
talk for
organ
convince where
failure,
you know say we
bleeding,
know
and
say
severe
nothing
fluid
don't. What's
depletion
up?
that can lead to
I am
shock and
talking.
even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting,
God
severe
favor.
abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting
Tough time make
confused to
yourself
seek
move because we
immediate
know you don't
attention.
care.
Let us work together to protect ourselves against
See, it's well gone.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever get yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic, and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report and a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is
We
your
got
taxes
access
and
and
you want to get paid it back?
man move.
First, do some basic
We not
searching to
only
see what
pay
is
liar
already on
fee.
government
I don't know
websites.
say when report
If you
come
don't
out,
see
but
what
it's
you're
the
looking
Prime
for,
Minister, you
make a
care we
formal
got.
ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know.
Sure.
Make sure you send your request to the right agency.
And not even night, them a try to school with big sun hat. And then make case and make the man go and tell the whole heap a lie and jump and prance like a nasty. So with the junk ready?
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We thy unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections.
Lie. That is a lie.
Of all our counsels,
that is a lie, sir.
Thy blessed name.
Why catch you that
The
day
maintenance of
dry
true
your
religion
backside
and
out of
justice.
church.
The safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Why them people can't tell lie? No, sir. And they know nothing no goes on in Turkey. The headman drunk when I come in yet. See Prince Charles come in there. The mace is a representation of the monarch's power or the state's power, which is invested in the monarch.
You may be seated.
You never come for golden, but you come for road a man. Don't make I start on you this evening, you know.
This honorable house now resumes its sitting. It is always a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives.
Since one of the day become very dishonorable, the truth be told, Lennox, Donmel, Gerald, Doris.
Members,
Tiny.
Members, I realize that the public is very often unable to hear all the talking in the House. However, it is very distracting for the speaker who can hear very clearly at times, and at other times when I need to hear, I cannot hear. So members, I'm asking for order in the House
treat the
today.
people them like a other man, Matthew. Oh man, why you don't go home, go act like a first lady and come out our face? Huh? Why don't you go home and act like a first lady? And come
This
out our
honorable
face and
House now
act like
resumes
everybody's
its
Adam and
sitting.
Matthew.
It is always an honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of the House, the Honorable House of Representatives, today being Thursday, March 20, 2025. Today, we resume the budget debate for the financial year 2025-2026, and we will hear from the Most Honorable Prime Minister, who will make his contribution to the debate. I would like to extend a special welcome to Mrs. Carol Harvey Richards, mother of the Prime Minister, who is in the gallery. Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Audrey Sewell.
You teach him for thief, man.
Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, Ambassador Rocky Mead. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Mrs. Arlene Williams. Members of the Diplomatic Corps. The President of the Senate and members of the Senate seated here in the well. To those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms,
And the thief in
particularly
woman that they were thief the
TVCJ
SSL
live
money.
stream, and to all our special guests seated here in the gallery, welcome to the Houses of Parliament. Clerk, call of the roll.
Oh, Patakat, did this? This is a Patakat, did it?
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Ms. Grange, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Matthew Samuda, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins.
Me can't only give an overview on projector. Me can't line it up to my StreamYard. It's difficult for me.
Miss Davis, Mr. Golding.
Oh, you mean why they have projected there? Oh, Andrew have a lot to display this evening. You watch the optics this evening. Oh,
Mr. Henry.
no, me get what you mean.
Hilton,
Andrew have a lot of
Mr. Jackson,
optics to display
Mr.
this
Lawrence,
evening.
Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington.
Top up the screen, please, TikTok. Jennifer,
Dr.
hold it down.
Wilsley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Clark. Members, you will note on your desk there are some folders which resemble the one I'm holding up today. These have been added to your desk for the purpose of all your mails and documentation coming to the House in an effort to improve efficiency and to reduce traffic while members are on their feet. Please leave them at your assigned desk when you are departing the Parliament, as these
Hey,
will
Mama
be
Car,
used
Mama
for the
Car bosom
foreseeable
to put their
Thank you
handkerchiefs
so much.
in.
I know
No?
you understand the cost savings.
Juliet really are picking
House
up
Leader.
the thing, you know. No, Juliet, man. This guy
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Far.
Madam Speaker, I'd just like to join you in
Juliet, so the
the
paper not
usual
tied, you
very
wara.
strong welcome that you offer to the members of the House for the sitting, as well as the members of the gallery who are here and the special guests who we have invited. Madam Speaker, although you have carried through with great efficiency the list of members who have been acknowledged, you will permit me to acknowledge the First Lady of the family, Mrs. Carol Harvey Richards, the mother of our
And the mother of the First Lady, not Juliet. A thief you grow, ma'am.
You would also allow me to
you grow a thief.
welcome, because we have not had this opportunity except
City
for once
post.
a year. In fact, when we have the throne speech, to have the members of another chamber represented in such fulsome manner as they are today. And and Madam Speaker, you will allow me a personal parody in all of this to recognize two of the newest senators and ministers in the personage of Senator Ambassador, the Honorable Audrey Marks, the Minister of Efficiency, among other things. And a skin of my own stock, if I'm allowed to say so. The newly minted Minister of State in the Ministry of Tourism with responsibility for linkages. Senator
No, you ain't gonna go mash up poor people picking it. Remember my advice note with him when he said,
Madam Speaker,
destroy them because they not do nothing with the money with them. Remember?
As we normally do, but particularly with great alacrity, as we have to receive the 10th budget presentation by the Prime Minister of
and
Jamaica.
The final one, Edmund Bartlett, this evening, don't forget. Final budget debate and the Holness.
And just for the sake, Madam Speaker,
take that to
of
the
being
bank,
accurate with history, I would like to indicate that this Prime Minister is the first Prime Minister on our side to have presented 10 consecutive budgets. And Madam Speaker, this foretells a future that is exciting. And we look forward to hearing from our Prime Minister today. And of course, only as we always do, as a wonderful Christian country, we put our hands in the hand of Him who guides the future, and we know
you all
that
like
the
to
Prime
spread
Minister's
that
future
propaganda.
is secure.
Jamaica
May
is
it
a
please you,
Christian
Madam
country. It is not. We're a secular democracy.
Statement by ministers, announcements, bill brought from the Senate,
How are we a
petitions,
religious
papers,
country?
reports from committees,
And if you tap on the
notices
foot,
of
you
motions given
if you tap on
orally,
your foot, you shot
questions and
me.
answers to
Sir,
questions.
please, with the rubbish.
Motions that may be made at the commencement
And the
of
Prime
public
Minister
business
with
requiring
20 teeth
notice,
in bank
motions
account in a
relating to the
Christian
sitting of the
country.
House, motions for leave to introduce bills,
Man, move.
presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business. House Leader.
No fit that bullshit.
As I indicated earlier in my introductory remarks, today's special, historic 10th consecutive budget presentation.
Historic final budget presentation
of Parliament
of Andrew
for
Holness.
St. Andrew, West Central. Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness.
Hey, City Post. We're going to hear about one bedroom board house and all that, but now go tell about the Spanish town goat them with teeth.
Thank you. Just one Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excellencies of the diplomatic corps, Jamaicans at home and in the diaspora listening, watching, and following on social media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I stand before this honorable house with a heart full of gratitude.
Hey! Whoa!
First and foremost, I give thanks to the Almighty God for His grace, wisdom, and countless mercies to allow me to stand here for the 10th time to deliver my contribution to the national budget debate. Madam Speaker, honorable members, senators, and former members seated in the well, blessings to you and on our nation. Each day we are given is an opportunity to serve, to improve, and to uplift the lives of our fellow Jamaicans, and I do not take this responsibility lightly. I am deeply grateful to my family.
Don't you see their mirroring Mark
support,
Golding a
especially
bit?
my wife Juliet.
Look back at Andrew Holness, Mark Golding suit. It's a little type of different blue to what Andrew Holness is wearing. But look at what
my mother
is wearing
presence
compared
here
to what
and prayers
Miguel
to strengthen
Phillips was wearing. They're mimicking that dress code. Look back on
allow
Mark
me
Golding
to
and stay
express
alive,
further gratitude and commendation on your firm and balanced hand in guiding the affairs of this house.
And just the shirt's different.
To my colleagues in cabinet, our parliamentary team, and the dedicated members of our party, I appreciate your steadfast commitment to the people of Jamaica and to my West Central family. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of representing you. I also extend sincere appreciation to my personal staff and advisors for their tireless work and support. And I want to thank the hardworking public sector workers, permanent secretaries, and board members whose work has made the achievements of this administration possible. I especially want to acknowledge the work of the security forces who face great danger in keeping Jamaica safe. In the same breath, allow me to thank the members of my personal security detail for their dedication, vigilance, and oftentimes running that extra mile to ensure that I can safely serve the people. I also want to thank the countless industrious Jamaicans, known and unknown, who work tirelessly to keep this country moving forward. Your dedication is the backbone of our progress, and the plans I present today would not be possible without your hard work. I am especially mindful of the voices of the people, whether spoken in the community meetings, shared through letters, emails, and WhatsApp messages, or expressed on social media. I hear you. I value your concerns, your ideas, and your hopes for our nation. My government remains committed to serving you with humility and purpose. At this point, Madam Speaker, I want to reference a letter that I received from a member of the public. I can't say where I received it because whenever I go out into the public, persons literally put envelopes in your hand and they say, please read it, Mr. Prime Minister. And I always ask them, do you have your name on it? Do you have your telephone number? Well, this letter, Madam Speaker, I could barely make out what was read in it. And I had to pass it to my chief of staff and to someone else to say, please read this and give me a sense as to what the person is saying. But what the person was saying, Madam Speaker,
started with the insult already.
They were relating an incident they observed with a blind man going on a bus. And an unfortunate incident where this blind man was denied access to the bus. And the person was writing to say, Prime Minister, please ensure that our disabled community is protected. It was not in the best language. And pardon me if I say that the writing was closer to hieroglyphics.
Prime Minister, no yet to retrofit with school them, so move on.
The thought
move on.
That counted, that the person took the time to write this letter, to send it to me for my attention. And I want that person to know, wherever they are, that we read the letter and we're going to ensure that our public services pay the respect and give the access to our disabled community that they deserve. Madam Speaker, I stand before you today filled with immense pride as we reflect on the extraordinary progress our nation has made. The achievements are not just incremental improvements, they are historic breakthroughs that have placed our beloved nation in the strongest economic position ever since gaining independence. The numbers do not just tell a story of improvement, they tell a story of transformation, of an economy that has overcome decades of instability, uncertainty, and crisis to achieve a level of stability, strength, and resilience that Jamaica has never before experienced. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition and the opposition spokesman on finance in their presentation attempted to whitewash their record and suggested that analysis of the country's economic performance does not go back far enough to do justice to their contribution. I do not believe they can complain if we start at independence.
Hey! Start independently. What does that mean, Prime Minister?
There are several generations of young people who do not know our modern economic history. There are generations of middle-aged and older Jamaicans who experienced the history but did not quite understand it or have forgotten about it. Then there are those who were the architects of the destructive past. Some quietly and privately admit shame over their actions, but some still try to justify their actions and absolve themselves of responsibility as they battle for your mind. I don't like to dwell on the past, but I find myself having to correct the problems of the past while at the same time dealing with the current challenges and creating new legacies for the future. We cannot lose the battle for the minds of the people of Jamaica. Otherwise, we are at risk of having the people who made the mistakes of the past repeat them. Madam Speaker, let us examine the facts. Let's start with inflation. The table now being displayed shows that the average annual inflation under my administration has been 5.5%, the lowest under any administration since 1972. This is within the inflation target of 4 to 6%, despite the effect of global inflation resulting from the post-COVID supply chain shocks and geopolitical conflicts. Without the post-COVID inflation spike, we could safely project that our average inflation rate would have trended around 4.3%. The period of highest inflation in Jamaica's history was under the PNP administration of 1989 to 2007. During that period, inflation averaged 18.5% per year. Listen to this, resulting in cumulative inflation of 2,249%.
You can tell the Prime Minister has been raging from
it, Madam Speaker,
Tuesday because
is that in
straight out of the box,
a
swinging,
loaf of bread,
if you understand boxing, isn't it?
Less
straight out of the box
than $1.
swinging.
In fact, it costs about 50 cents somewhere around there. But in 2007, it cost $130. You know how much inflation that is?
Me not go trouble you with no number today.
I'm afraid to say.
And you know, say me a dunce. Dunce are than favor. So when you come
I leave it up to a smart economist, young economist, to tell us the inflation. It is embarrassing to say. Cumulative inflation in the United States during the same period,
make it up as you go along.
1989 to 2007, was 71.5% or 2.9% per year. In 1992, Jamaica's inflation rate was nearly 80%. So in 1 year, in a single year, Jamaica had more inflation than the United States had over the same 18 and a half years. Madam Speaker, it is in this period of runaway inflation under the PNP that the starting point of Jamaica's economic woes can be identified.
A lie, Andrew.
Madam Speaker, our current annual rate of inflation is now down to 4.4%, at the lower end of the Bank of Jamaica's target range of 4 to 6%. Through well-managed fiscal and monetary policy, we have brought inflation back down to sustainable levels. My administration has instituted a robust policy of inflation targeting through disciplined monetary policy of the independent central bank, supported by responsible fiscal policies of the central government. We must not allow the failed policies of the PNP to destroy the gains we have made in managing inflation over the decades. Let's look at job creation. Madam Speaker, let us look at the unemployment rate. When the PNP left office in 2016, the unemployment rate was 13.7%. Now the unemployment rate is a historic low of 3.5%, almost full employment. In 2016, the youth unemployment rate was an alarming 32%. Now it is down to 11%. Since 2016, we have created 253,000 new jobs. That's an average of 28,000 new jobs per year. The last PNP administration between 2011 and 2016 created an average of 15,000 jobs per year. Our rate of job creation is nearly twice that of the PNP. Madam Speaker, these are not just statistics. They represent real jobs impacting people, families, and communities. Young people who were once left out of economic opportunities, they now see the door of opportunity opening. Mothers and fathers who struggle to make ends meet are now securing stable employment. Jamaica today has the strongest economy since independence. Jamaica has a bright future. We are not going back to the failed policies of the PNP.
Notwithstanding a recession, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, let's now look at the exchange rate. The table now being displayed shows that during the past 9 years, the Jamaican dollar has depreciated by an average of 2.9% per year relative to the US dollar. This is by far the lowest rate of currency depreciation under any political administration since independence. By contrast, Madam Speaker, the dollar depreciated by an average of 8.5% annually under the last PNP administration. And the worst currency depreciation took place under the PNP administration of 1989 to 2007. When they assumed office in 1989, the exchange rate was 5.51, that's $5.51 Jamaican dollars to $1 US. When they left in 2007, the dollar had fallen to $70.41 to $1 US, a whopping 1,178% depreciation. Madam Speaker, it is this period of foreign exchange volatility under the PNP that is the starting point of Jamaica's economic woes. Jamaica today has the most robust and transparent foreign exchange market in the region and the most stable FX environment since our independence. This stability did not happen by chance. It is the product of sound fiscal and monetary policies. Increased investor confidence and a growing economy that is attracting capital rather than creating capital flight. We must never allow the failed policies of the PNP to destroy what we have built. Madam Speaker, an important factor in achieving
Prime Minister, it is a budget debate, sir, not a political campaign. Alrighty?
The country's
Jesus
current account.
Christ.
It's our income
forget
statement
where you
to
are.
the rest of the world. It tracks the money flowing in and out of the country from trade, services, and remittances. If the money coming in from exports of goods and services and remittances exceed the money going out to pay for imports of goods and services, the current account is in surplus. That's a positive. And conversely, if the outflows exceed the inflows, the current account is in deficit. Madam Speaker,
this sounds like a political
62
campaign
years
more than
since
a budget
independence,
speech to me.
Jamaica has recorded persistent current account deficits. There have only been 5 years in which we recorded a surplus, and that was in 1963, in 1993, and in 1995. And in that year, we had a minor surplus. However, in fiscal year 2022-2023, we recorded a surplus of 1.9% of GDP. And in fiscal year 2023-2024, we recorded a surplus of 3.1% of GDP. The graph now being displayed shows the quarterly current account balances since 2012. It shows that we have recorded a surplus for 7 of the last 8 quarters under this administration. So we are well on track to achieve our 3rd consecutive year of a surplus in the current fiscal year. Jamaica today has the strongest economy since our independence. We are not going back to the failed policies. Madam Speaker, our net international reserves now stand at a record high of $5.5 billion, representing 29 weeks of goods and service imports. This provides Jamaica with a crucial buffer against external shocks. In the past, we lived in fear of global financial crises, natural disasters, or commodity price swings that could send our economy into turmoil. Today, we stand prepared and protected with reserves that give us the confidence and security to navigate the uncertainties of the global economy. When my administration took office in 2016, the NIR was less than half what it is today. We have increased the NIR by 131%. And we have done so despite facing the worst global health and economic crisis in 100 years. Jamaica today has the strongest economy since independence, and we will not allow the
We heard it before
with our rent money. Yes, we will not allow the PNP to party with our rent money as the Minister of Finance. Indeed, I have never heard a Minister of Finance make a more apt characterization that the NIR is literally your rent money. And we can't allow anybody to play with that.
The Prime Minister comes to war this evening, you know. Unnoticed from the
Madam
Prime
Speaker,
Minister
perhaps
get on his feet.
one of the most remarkable indicators of our economic transformation is our debt to GDP ratio, which has fallen from unprecedented levels. When my administration took office, the debt to GDP ratio was over 120%.
Income like a
it is now approximately 68.7%, and we are on track to meet our target of 60% by March 2028. It is important, especially for young Jamaicans, to understand the roots of our debt crisis.
PNP.
Jamaica faced two major periods of debt distress.
Which one and which one?
The first, from the 1970s to the late 1980s. And this was driven by two global oil price shocks, a failed experiment with democratic socialism, a global recession that slashed outside revenues,
as a doctor, you know.
and hurricanes Allen and Gilbert in 1980 and 1988, respectively. The second period of debt distress, was from the 1990s to the late 2010s. And it stemmed largely from the PMP's policy during the FinSAC era, which collapsed financial institutions, wiped out the business class, and triggered a prolonged recession worsened by the 2008 to 2009 global financial crisis. In the mid-1990s, Jamaica faced a financial sector crisis, which resulted in the collapse of a number of financial institutions.
FinSAC.
The financial sector meltdown was not caused by any exogenous, meaning outside shocks or global crisis. In fact, the US, our major trading partner, had robust growth in the 1990s, averaging 3.4% per annum. This was purely caused by bad government, bad policy choices, and poor superintendence of the economy. Listen to me clearly, members. FinSAC was a homegrown domestic crisis.
Why not Jamaica? You're
by the
presenting a
PNP,
project to
for which we
Jamaica.
are now only just recovering. Our debt to GDP prior to the advent of the FinSAC crisis was 72%. The government at the time established FinSAC to bail out the collapsed financial institutions. This bailout cost the country 42% of GDP.
Ask
42% of what we we had to take it to pay for FinSAC. By way of comparison, the US government's bailout intervention during the global financial crisis of 2008-2009 was only 9% of their GDP. So you see the magnitude of the scale of FinSAC relative to the size of our economy. Within 6 years after the establishment of FinSAC, our debt spiraled out of control from 72% of GDP to 130% of GDP, almost doubling. That caused interest costs alone on the debt to consume almost 70% of tax revenues. So just the cost to pay for the debt, the interest at one point cost us 70% of all the tax revenues that we collect. If you add public sector wages to that and other things that you have to pay for out of tax revenue, then you basically would have no money left. You would have no money left to fix roads, no money left to build schools, no money left to repair clinics, no money left to pay for water. So if you ever wondered, if you ever wondered,
Andrew,
why we
Andrew.
have so much infrastructure that has been left unmaintained and now falling apart. If you ever wondered why things are the way they are, if you ever wondered, Madam Speaker, it's an important point that needs to be made. Because the average man listening might, in the background of the shrill of noise that we hear, this might go way back in their memory. And they see a pothole emerge in a road, and they wonder, why doesn't the government fix that pothole now?
Because
they will never stop
the money. That's why.
And reflect on a very important point, Madam Speaker, that when this road was built 30 or 40 years ago, what should have happened is that there should have been
Prime Minister, you fuckery attack. Because Favor Julian and Mark Golden budget were quiet, but you come with be a fuckery for your start. Nothing good. From your start, me, or me fucking your.
Out of the revenues that you have, you go and you use some tar chemical and you seal that crack. So no pothole appears.
Look on Favor's face.
But that road that you are looking on now,
because they know some half
that the potholes are all emerging. They weren't maintained. And the reason why they couldn't be maintained is because we had to take almost 70% of our tax revenues to pay for the bad policy choices of the PNP during the 1990s and FinSAC.
PNP, why only never do good work to make Andrew hard?
That lack of maintenance accumulates.
PNP, you don't have a cross today. Mark Golden. I'm making the budget so good, Mark Golden. The budget are rubbing in Mark Golden.
This investment.
Mark Golden, look at Nesta face. They say the budget are rubbing.
But if you don't maintain
a bullshit you're talking about, Mark Golden read the budget.
Of maintenance, the value of that hospital,
you come to come quarrel, labor rights.
So today when you look at the hospital and say, why this government don't do something about it? Even if this government take all the money it has now, it couldn't today immediately halt and stop the deterioration. I think the public must understand this. Because, Madam Speaker, it is the same public that voted in the same PNP government over and over and over again. It is a point that needs to be understood that the economic struggle that the country has had to restore its economy is so that it is able to have revenues steady and stable and predictable that it can then use to maintain and provide the things you want over a long period. without making bad decisions to put those revenues in peril.
Quarrel the budget, Prime
If you
Minister.
want to know what drives me, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that we never go back.
Quarrel the budget, Prime Minister. Quarrel the budget. You're done. You pack of done. Quarrel the budget.
So, Madam Speaker, so if you want to know what is the root of our problems today, it is the bad policies of the PNP in the 1990s.
Come to quarrel this evening, you know. Don't get it twisted.
Madam Speaker,
they
don't like to hear
this.
this.
Pleasant. Huh?
And 90% of Jamaica may not appreciate and understand it, but we're going to bring the facts.
The members' time for speaking.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker.
Members, the members' time for speaking.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's time for speaking is expired.
Mr. take over Edmund
I beg
Bartlett
to
role.
move that his time be extended sufficiently to allow for the completion of his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Madam Speaker, the root cause of the crisis, the FinSAC crisis, was the premature policy decisions of the PNP to liberalize the foreign exchange market in 1991 without the necessary preconditions such as reserves in place. In other words, they went to party but didn't have any money. This triggered a rapid depreciation of the Jamaican dollar and skyrocketing prices, with inflation reaching 80% in 1991 and 40% in 1992. Not having any rent money to ward off speculators, the government then tried to protect the exchange rate through exorbitant interest rates. As a result, productive enterprises, especially small businesses, were unable to service their loans, and the loans became non-performing. Mounting non-performing loans and loan defaults then caused banks to collapse. Madam Speaker, the PNP's high interest rate policy created a two-tiered economy. One, where cash-rich speculators thrived while productive businesses drowned in insurmountable debt. This led to what a prominent member of the PNP described as the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich since slavery. Madam Speaker, who were the beneficiaries of this wealth transfer from the poor to the rich? Is there anyone in this house who was a part of this ill-conceived policy, whose business it was to profit from the great transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich? The fallout was immense. It is estimated that over 40,000 businesses collapsed, wiping out entrepreneurs and leaving thousands destitute. This decimated the manufacturing sector in Jamaica. Burdened with high-cost debt, unable to retool to keep competitive, many factories closed during this period. We recall companies like Thermoplastic, Highgate Food Products, Home Electrics, and others too numerous to name that could not survive the inhospitable climate that FinSAC created. Madam Speaker, those who formed the government that presided over this economic debacle have never apologized or even expressed any remorse. Worse, they have the audacity to lecture this administration on how to run an economy. For the next 20 years after the PNP inflicted FinSAC, the FinSAC shock, we basically just meandered along as a country with no attempt to fix the real problem. Our debt situation was already unsustainable when the global financial crisis hit in 2008, 2009, and that took the country to the verge of bankruptcy. The real attempt at grappling with high debt, high interest rate, this vicious cycle created by the PNP, started with the Bruce Golding-led administration of 2007 to 2011. Indeed, we fathered the deep structural reforms needed to break the PNP-created debt crisis. The debt inherited from the PNP had reached unsustainable levels, and it was under the leadership of Bruce Golding and Audley Shaw Manayard supported by enlightened and patriotic members of the private sector and reasonable unions that the first structured debt exchange was engineered, JDX. This pulled Jamaica from the brink of another financial collapse by successfully reducing Jamaica's interest costs, extending debt maturity, improving debt sustainability, and giving the country the credibility to approach the IMF. We put in place the fiscal responsibility framework, which enhanced transparency, accountability, and reporting on public finances and placed limits on the fiscal deficit.
However, we don't have appropriation account for 9 years of your government.
And all the other reforms we have today. We took tough steps to divest loss-making public entities such as the Sugar Company and Air Jamaica, which under the PNP racked up huge debts and operating losses carried over from the 18.5 years of poor management and lack of superintendence of public bodies. And when we were the opposition, we did our part in supporting and developing many nascent measures, including working assiduously on every piece of legislation required to meet the IMF timelines. I gave direct instructions to my members of the House and the Senate that we must not hold up any of the IMF bills. We were a responsible and constructive father, even in opposition. We acted in the interest of Jamaica's economic recovery. In everything we did, we chose Jamaica over narrow political partisan gain. No one on this side said that the PNP did not contribute to the national effort to restructure and reform the economy and bring down the debt. As recently as November last year at the launch of our Next Chapter policy pivot, I said, and I quote, "Let me express my deepest gratitude to all who played a role in this transformation. Leaders from both sides of the political aisle, business leaders, our civil service, unions, members of civil society, and most importantly, the people of Jamaica. I want to specially recognize and thank the Honorable Bruce Golding, former Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, former Prime Minister. The member, you know, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker, there's a running joke between myself and the member from East Kingston and Port Royal. You know, he is her adopted first son, and I am her adopted and reclaimed second son. You remember I was disowned for a little period of time. but the member from East Kingston and Port Royal know that we made up. So it was very easy for me, with no malice or ill feeling or ill will, to acknowledge the work and contribution of the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. The Honorable Peter Phillips, former leader of the opposition and Minister of Finance. The Honorable Audley Manayard Shaw, former Minister of Finance. Nigel Clark, former Minister of Finance. Richard Biles, Governor of the Bank of Jamaica and former Chairman of the Economic Policy Oversight Committee, EPOC. Keith Duncan, who took over as Chairman of EPOC after Mr. Biles. All the members, and I'm eternally and always grateful to all the members of the National Partnership Council. But most of all, I want to thank the people of Jamaica for their patience, resilience, courage, and sacrifice. Jamaica's turnaround would have been impossible without the willingness of the Jamaican people to endure the hardships that they had to bear. This is my public statement for the public record as to how we on this side characterize this period of economic recovery. So this falsehood and attempt at whitewashing history, this kind of revisionism, is unnecessary, indeed undignified.
Prime Minister, look at your face this evening.
Let me give a fair and balanced characterization of the historical development.
Angry you are, Prime Minister.
The PNP,
really good for the nation.
Bad policy decisions created the second debt crisis. They created the first one as well.
Christ. When will
the JLP
to him?
Took the first fundamental steps to address the problem. The PNP contributed and built on those steps, and the JLP further built on those steps and completed the reforms. While we acknowledge the work of the PNP in the national effort across administrations, any political credit they should get for contributing to the solution is totally wiped out because they are the ones whose bad policy caused the problem in the first place.
Separation this evening.
To their true bipolar nature.
A hard labor way under this
the
evening, you know.
Wants to claim paternity
4 hours
causing the mother, the people, so much hardship. In their last budget presentation, the leader of the opposition and the opposition spokesman on finance disingenuously accused the government of increasing taxes on the people of Jamaica. In this budget presentation, well, in the last budget presentation, the leader of the opposition said, since the JLP government came into office, they have more than doubled the annual tax take, increasing it by a massive $190,000 per person. Yet, in his recent budget presentation this year, the leader of the opposition and the opposition spokesman on finance both claim that the improved performance of tax revenue is due to the tax reform work of the PNP. So we need to ask ourselves, is it the PNP that is responsible for Jamaicans paying more taxes? In the 2023 budget, the leader of the opposition complained that the government was moving too fast to reduce debt. He advocated that we abandon the fiscal responsible path, use $40 billion, in other words, go and party with the rent money, money that we're supposed to use for debt repayment, to spend on temporary relief. In this budget, when he sees the amazing benefit of reducing the debt to 68% and the amazing fiscal space that is created for us to actually now sustainably deal with the relief effort, he now comes claiming that the reduction in debt is due to the PNP's faithfulness to fiscal prudence.
And the giant can still know, y'all give me motion sickness, sir. Sir, may I have motion sickness?
This reminds me of the classic tale of what we in Jamaica sometimes regretfully call buttless father, who caused the mother so much pain and then abandons the child. But when the child grows up to be successful, out of the blue they turn up to claim paternity and associate with success.
When you don't just call the election, you know, because this is a campaign speech, this is not a budget. So when you
This
don't
leader
call
of the
the
opposition
election,
is a man of convenience, flip-flopping between prudence and popularity when it suits him. 1 minute he disowns the child of fiscal discipline, and then the next he claims the child of fiscal discipline. The mother remembers the pain of FinSac and the high interest rate policy, the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. And she knows that she cannot trust this worthless man. So the DNA test was done. The DNA test was done. The results are in. When it comes to 15-year-old fiscal discipline, PNP, you are not the father.
there will be a bumbo class gimmick that Ras class optics this fucking lunatic. I'm going to come with it. Do not disturb my peace this evening.
Yes.
That may I tell you.
Your name call. But it is another goaling that is the father. Madam Speaker, jokes aside, this is the first time our debt to GDP ratio is below pre-FinSac levels of the mid-1990s. It has therefore taken us 30 years to undo the damage of the self-inflicted blow of the PNP's economic mismanagement of the 90s. 30 years. Madam Speaker, the graph now being displayed shows interest costs as a percentage of tax revenues in the mid-1990s during the FinSac period. Interest costs as a percentage of tax revenues climbed rapidly, peaking at nearly 70%. in the midst of the global financial crisis between 2008 to 2009, and it peaked again, to about 71% and started to decline thereafter. The successful 2010 Jamaica debt exchange to 30.5% in 2016 when this administration took the reins of government. And as of this budget, very important, Madam Speaker, as of this budget, Mr. Speaker rather, only 18.7% of tax revenues will go towards paying interest on debt. Mr. Speaker, this shows why we must always maintain fiscal discipline. From having to pay 71% of tax revenues to having now paid down the debt, we only are going to be paying 18.7%. We have all of that fiscal space created that we can now actually spend on giving relief to the people of Jamaica in a sustainable way. So this is the result, let's just be clear, this is the result of not spending the $40 billion on temporary relief, but sticking to the discipline of paying down the debt. The interest on the debt is now smaller, which gives more room to spend sustainably on the things that matter to you, like social housing, increasing the income tax exemption threshold, installing water supply, and buying new buses over the last 9 years. It's a funny thing, you know, Madam Speaker, and I think Jamaicans are, Mr. Speaker, and I think Jamaicans are coming to the understanding now that you have people who will say, I will spend this money on you because I care about you, without looking on the sustainability, whether or not that expenditure makes sense. And people who are suffering don't look behind the popularity promise. All they think it sounds good and it's going to give me immediate gratification. But what it does is to create a long-term immiseration, because you can only spend that money once. And it didn't really help you. And so you have to come back again. And so you end up in a dependency. And then that dependency, when not fulfilled, ends up in disappointment. And then people say, I can't bother with politics. This struggle that we have gone through to move our debt from as high as 140% of GDP to 68% of GDP, and to reduce
that will come here and the Holness.
Debt servicing ratio to tax revenues from 71% to 18% is a symbol of struggle and sacrifice. It is. But it is also putting us in a different place where each Jamaican must be vested in ensuring that whoever is the government, whichever government, that we maintain this path, because this is the only way to truly and really care for you. That's the only way, my Jamaican brothers and sisters.
Don't call me
care for you. We can't care for you by taking the money that we should pay down debt and spend it. We can't care for you by taking our reserves that keep the foreign exchange rate stable and go party with it. That's not how we care. How we care is to manage the government responsibly. Don't make bad policy decisions. Be frugal and prudent so that we secure long-term revenues for which we can make long-term investment in your future. this government genuinely cares for you.
All right. Thanks for that. Thank you.
You think I don't have the struggles on this side to be reckless? You think I don't have the struggles of people getting nervous and seeing, oh God, look at what is happening, you have to spend money? You think I don't have those struggles?
Run with it.
But I don't run with it, Madam Speaker. I don't run with it. And you know why, Madam Speaker? Because, you know, I pass the stage of trying to be in a popularity game. So I am not going to go do reckless things for popularity. Madam Speaker,
look who's talking.
I do it for the love, not for the likes. There is a direct and inextricable link between good economic management and our ability to fix our roads, build hospitals and healthcare centers, build new schools, buy new buses and garbage trucks, provide communities with water, invest in irrigation, and support our farmers. In other words, Madam Speaker, good economic management can yam. Good economic management produces dividends for the citizens who are shareholders in Jamaica Inc. They have invested their hopes and trust into our government, and they expect that their government will be good stewards of the talents.
Yes!
My administration has paid dividends to the people of Jamaica through tax reductions and givebacks. The government that we have, the budget that we have presented represents the 8th consecutive budget of no new taxes and the 10th consecutive budget of no net new taxes. This is unprecedented in Jamaica, but has now become a feature of the Jamaican economy. And Madam Speaker, I claim paternity for that picnic. I claim paternity for that picnic named No New Taxes. In Jamaica, in fact, Mr. Speaker, we have done much more than not introduce new taxes. We have reduced taxes more than in any other period since independence. That is a fact. Here are some of the dividends that the Jamaican people have gotten from our good stewardship of taxes. We have increased the income tax threshold. When we came into office, the threshold was $592,800. It is now $1.7 million and will move to $1.8 million next month. And then to $2 million over the next 2 budgets. Increasing the income tax threshold is my baby. No matter how the PMP tries to claim it now, after first rejecting it. Every PAYE taxpayer should take comfort that as much as we can, we will reduce their income tax. It is in our DNA. We reduced GCT from 16.5% to 15%. People don't remember that. And we are reducing GCT on residential electricity by more than 50%, from 15 to 17%. We reduced transfer tax on property from 5% to 2% and reduced the ad valorem stamp duty with a flat rate and replaced it with a flat rate of $5,000 per document. We increased the pension relief and age relief from $80,000 to $250,000 each. And we plan to increase this in the next budget to $350,000 each. We can't leave out our pensioners. We increased the turnover threshold required for registration to pay general consumption tax from $3 million to $10 million. And now we are increasing it further to $15 million. More relief for small business. We also increased the de minimis value for imported goods for custom purposes from $50 to $100 and the duty-free allowance for inbound passengers from $500 to $1,000. We reduced estate taxes, reduced the asset tax on financial institutions, abolished the asset tax on non-financial institutions, and abolished the minimum business tax. What did they do in their time? Tax increases year after year. Madam Speaker, when they were the government, the people approached the budget season with trepidation, wondering what additional taxes will be imposed. Today at budget time, the population is looking forward to goodies. However, I prefer to say the government will deliver dividends on the vote of confidence you placed in us. Madam Speaker, we have created an environment of tax certainty and predictability. Workers, families, and businesses can plan their affairs and think long-term without worrying that the government will impose some tax to mash up their plans. We are not going back to the days of fiscal recklessness and more taxes under the PNP. Madam Speaker, the PNP calls their plan the 4 E's. They definitely have a legacy of 4 E's. Excessive debt, economic erosion, endless hardship, and empty promises. Madam Speaker, at this point, I want to address some comments made by the opposition spokesman on finance and the leader of the opposition regarding securitization transactions that the government has undertaken. Securitization is the packaging and sale of future income, of a future income stream from an asset for a lump sum value today. This government was successful in creating a concession for the Norman Manley International Airport, which generates a reliable stream of income. This income is contractual. I want the country to remember that the previous PNP government tried to create the same concession out of the NMIA and failed miserably. They did not have even one bidder willing to take up the concession under their government and stewardship. The key question then is, what do we do with the lump sum money that we receive now? Do we use it to party? No. We have used it to pay down debt. In other words, relieving ourselves of current and future expense obligations. We have used it to create new infrastructure like the extension of Highway 2000 and the Maypen to Williams Field. Which enables us to generate more revenues in the future. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. It is a transparent transaction where there is no risk to the government. Indeed, it is a credit to the Jamaican economy that the international capital market looks favorably on Jamaican security. These kinds of opportunities are only really available to prudent government. Madam Speaker, when is the sale of future income a problem? When would the opposition need to be concerned? It is a problem, for example, when you forward sell a commodity at a fixed price that you have not yet produced, and then when it comes time for producing it, the cost of producing the commodity exceeds the price at which you had contracted. Yes, that is when you have a problem. And especially if you collected the money up front and you spread it off, you're definitely not going to have it to meet your obligation to produce the commodity that you're supposed to produce. Now, if you do that, then you really have a problem because you're going to be producing at a loss. Is it a surprise that this is what the PNP government did in 2001 when they forward sold bauxite on the international market to finance their FinSank budget? The government, the Jamaican government, later became exposed when market conditions deteriorated and the cost of producing the bauxite far exceeded the contracted price. And the government of the day, the Bruce Golding-led administration of 2010, was obliged to honor the volumes of bauxite to which the previous PNP government had committed. Jamaica ended up having to pay US $31 million to the company that produced the bauxite to cover the loss. You can't compare this foolishness of the PMP with our masterful management of the economy. Madam Speaker, there is a very popular song, It says, they are not like us. We are not like them. Two different philosophies and way of thinking. When we say that we believe in fiscal discipline and the proper management of the economy, because that is how we can genuinely show that we care for you. So again, another example. They made a bad decision and we have to pick up the check. So when I hear them criticize what we're doing, it is grating. Grating, indeed unfair. And we have to, I'm sorry I have to do this, but if we don't remind the people, Madam Speaker, unlike the forward sale agreement that the PNP administration entered into, the securitization that we have undertaken are prudent financial strategies that leverages existing predictable revenue streams without creating future liabilities or exposing the government to market risks beyond our control. Madam Speaker, the graph now being displayed illustrates the trajectory of poverty prevalence in our country. It clearly shows that under my administration, we have achieved a steady and measurable decline in poverty. Apart from the temporary spike in 2020 caused by the pandemic, the steady reduction in poverty is clear evidence that our economic gains are reaching the people who need it the most. Madam Speaker, we recognize that while progress has been made, much more needs to be done to ensure that benefits of economic growth are inclusive and sustainable. Our commitment is to share the prosperity where every Jamaican, regardless of background or location, has access to opportunities for upward mobility. Whether in rural communities, inner city neighborhoods, or remote districts, we are working to ensure that no one is left behind and that absolute poverty is eradicated. Importantly, Madam Speaker, this government's approach is not about handouts that provide temporary relief, but ultimately, relief, Madam Speaker, which ultimately keep people poor and dependent. We believe in empowerment, not dependency. And that is why our policies are designed to equip Jamaicans with the tools, skills, and opportunities they need to lift themselves and their families out of poverty for good. Madam Speaker, the fact that our economy remains on solid ground despite the combined shocks of global inflation, the lingering effects of the pandemic, and the increasing threat of climate change is a testament to the progress we have made. This is not just economic progress, it is economic transformation. The transformation did not happen by chance. It is a result of strong, competent leadership, sound economic policies, and the deliberate choices we have made to protect the Jamaican people while safeguarding the stability of our economy. But, Madam Speaker, we know that we are mere servants of the Almighty, and all good things come only from his blessings and grace. As 1 Corinthians 3 verse 7 reminds us, so neither the one who plants nor the one who waters is anything, but only God who makes things grow. So this is our next chapter, the pivot to growth. This is what the economy must focus on in the next decade. I feel very humbled, and I give God thanks for allowing me to be able to steward the country in this decade. And to have achieved, by his grace, what we have achieved. We ask now for his guidance and mercy as we move to the next chapter of growth. Madam Speaker, I'm about to display a chart, which it's hard to present the information without the political undertones. But I would really want members to ruminate on what is about to be presented. The graph now being displayed shows GDP shown as gross value added at constant prices since independence. It shows that our most rapid period of economic growth was the decade immediately following independence. Economic growth averaged 6% per year in that decade. Since then, we have had short periods of growth punctuated by declines and crises. We had the oil crisis and the socialist experiment of the 1970s that led to massive capital flight and the exodus of skilled labor, leading to a 20% fall in GDP between 1974 and 1980.
That was when the CIA and the CIA overthrew Mandela.
It took Jamaica until 1990 to get back to the level of output we had in 1973. In other words, it took us 17 years to recover from that first.
I will freeze him. Somebody screenshot him and send it to me, please. Screenshot. Screenshot. I want that for your thumbnail. Screenshot. I want to PBCJ, man. Look like even PBCJ as a man.
And
A budget
Madam
come here
Speaker,
to read.
this was the biggest global health and economic crisis in 100 years. But the difference this time was that our recovery was V-shaped. A victory. And we recovered a victory.
And
we recovered in 3 years. I really don't want to politicize this, but this is a fact. When you add up all those years, Jamaica has spent 38 years, 8 years out of our 62 years as an independent country recovering from crises. Let that sink in. 2 of the 4 major crises that we faced were directly caused by bad economic management of the PNP in the 1970s and 90s, accounting for 24 of the 38 years of crisis. As a fact, not rewriting history, just bringing the facts. I didn't want to go back down this road because this is behind us. But when there are attempts to whitewash, separate and apart from our debt recovery efforts, Jamaica has a new feature in our economy that the other side can't claim. They weren't close. Their name can't call on that one. And that feature, Madam Speaker, is resilience. Yes. My administration has focused on building fiscal buffers through provisioning the National Disaster Fund. No administration put money inside here. Right? Maintaining high reserves. That's a this administration activity. Securing insurance and issuing catastrophe bonds. This is why we were able to recover quickly from the pandemic and other natural disasters and geopolitical shocks. Before the pandemic, Jamaica recorded 20 consecutive quarters of economic expansion. After the pandemic-induced contraction, we rebounded with 13 consecutive quarters of economic growth. Over the last 2 quarters, we had a temporary setback due to the impact of Hurricane Beryl and Tropical Storm Raphael.
Nothing to do with you.
Madam Speaker, let me disappoint those who seem to be gleefully celebrating and wishing depression and recession on Jamaica. Let me disappoint them and disabuse them quickly. We will recover and return to growth in short order.
Acceptance.
We are certain that Jamaica, like any other small developing country, will experience shocks. With climate change and the growing local geopolitical uncertainties, we observe that shocks are becoming more frequent, more intense, simultaneous, and they overlap. So the one thing is certain, Jamaica is going to be hit by some shock. So Jamaica must therefore be prepared for shocks. And importantly, we must not create any shocks of our own. We must not create any shocks of our own, as happened in the 1970s and the 1990s.
It was the 1970s was created by Siaga and the CIA, Andrew. Jesus.
Resilience is in our culture. We liquor, but we talawa.
Not anymore.
My administration has translated this spirit of ours, talawaness, into our economy and government. We are resilient, and that is wholly and solely a policy objective of my administration. Resilience is my picnic. However, Madam Speaker, the reality is that except for
when you don't read the budget
immediately after independence, our growth has remained anemic.
But go look for Mark Golden's speech and see how much time Mark Golden talk about God and God the center of Jamaica. I don't hear you
mention. The next chapter of Jamaica's economic journey must therefore be about accelerating growth while maintaining fiscal and macroeconomic stability. Resilience is an important part of accelerating growth, as without the capacity to withstand and adapt to shocks, recovery can be slow. Our increased resilience means that we are already on the path to faster growth, better equipped to navigate challenges and seize new opportunities. Madam Speaker, in November 2024, I outlined the key pillars of the government's growth strategy, ASPIRE. A, access to economic opportunities for all, that is the inclusive growth agenda. Safety and security, S. P, people and our focus on human capital development. I, for infrastructure development. R, for reform of the bureaucracy to improve ease and speed of doing business and to reduce the cost of doing business. And E, economic diversification. Madam Speaker, the A in ASPIRE, I must emphasize that the first and most fundamental pillar of our growth strategy is access and inclusion. Growth must be for all Jamaicans. True progress is not measured solely by GDP figures, but by how many lives are improved, how many doors are opened, and how many Jamaicans, regardless of background, have a fair shot at success. Madam Speaker, I've said this before, but let me say it again so that there is no room for misunderstanding and misinformation. The government does not believe in trickle-down economics. The notion that if we simply grow the economy at the top, prosperity will somehow find its way to the rest of the society. History has shown that growth must be deliberately structured to be inclusive. That is why our approach to economic expansion is people-centered and opportunity-driven. It is about broad-based empowerment, ensuring that growth fuels investment in education, skills training, small business development, and community infrastructure. It's about expanding opportunity and ensuring that no one is left behind. This government is systematically strengthening our social protection framework, expanding opportunities, and breaking the cycle of generational poverty. We are not just talking about it, we are taking decisive actions. In 2021, we introduced Jamaica's first ever social pension, providing a guaranteed income of $15,000 for vulnerable Jamaicans 75 years and older, ensuring that they can live in dignity in their golden years. We have ramped up investment in the new social housing program, which provides safe and secure housing for the country's most vulnerable. Over 300 houses have been built or handed over or under construction, transforming lives and communities. In 2022, we implemented the tourism pension scheme, making Jamaica the first country in the world to implement a comprehensive pension plan for tourism. In 2024, we launched the Jamaica Entertainers and Creatives Insurance Plan. Where is Minister Grange? To protect our artists, musicians, and creatives, recognizing their vital contribution to our economy. We do real things, things that really make a difference. Not some, pull out of the hat promise of $1 billion where they don't even say where that $1 billion is going to come from.
Same place where your thief it from. Then we'll find
it increased funding for the program of advancement through health and education path by 30% in 2024. We are actively working on introducing unemployment insurance, a critical reform that will provide financial relief to Jamaicans who face sudden loss. Madam Speaker, while strengthening our social safety net is crucial, we must go further. It is not enough to support people in times of hardship. We must create pathways out of poverty. Last year, I announced the Hope for Children Trust Fund, a groundbreaking initiative. The reality is that thousands of children in low-income families reach adulthood without any savings or assets to help them get a start in life. This lack of capital perpetuates generational poverty. We must break this cycle. I don't think people understand, well, I'm sure people do understand, the difference in life outcomes for a child who grows up in a household where that household has some asset base, whether it is a house or a piece of land, or their father had a car, or their mother operated a business. Relative to a household where the child will have no asset on which to rely. Total difference. And that, Madam Speaker, is the critical characterization of the Jamaican society. And that is why we see that Jamaica has this wide disparity in terms of income distribution. The income distribution disparity really starts with the initial endowment of households. I mean, you'll always have households that have endowments and fail. So households that start off with some assets and then they lose it. And then you will have households who start off with no assets but gain it. But that is not going to be enough to close the gap. Madam Speaker, we are not a socialist government, but we believe in being instrumental in pursuing real equitable policies that will make fundamental changes to the income and asset profile of the country. And that is why we have this Hope for Children Trust. Through the Hope for Children Trust Fund, every eligible child will be provided with a long-term savings account funded annually by the government. The funds will accumulate with interest and will be accessible on or after the child's 18th birthday for transformational purposes, such as education and skills training, home or commercial property acquisition, or business investment. Madam Speaker, though the government will be the central contributor to this fund, the way in which we are developing it is that, which now often happens, persons privately could contribute to the fund generally, or they could specifically say, I want to contribute to this person. I mean, it happens regularly where, for example, a distant family member, as they say, I take this child and I adopt this child informally. But now we are creating a formal structure where private sector, private individuals could also, if they choose, and I'm encouraging them when the fund is fully mobilized, to make a contribution to it. So that a child who comes from a household with no asset at 18 will know that they have something to start the world with. Whether they want to go buy 2 goats and cow, which when I go out into the country, I see young men come up to me and say they want goat, they want cow, they do little farming, we'll help you. If you want to buy tools, we'll help you. if you want to further your education, you have that money there. If you want a down payment and a deposit on a little piece of land, you have that money there. So we will give you that start to correct the historic intergenerational endowment inequality that has plagued us from the days of enslavement. So, Madam Speaker, any Jamaican child born on or after the 60th anniversary of independence, that's August 6, 2022, who is part of a PATH household or a ward of the state will be eligible to register under the program. We are making progress with determining the legal structure of the fund and examining options for how the fund will be managed and administered. And I'm pleased to report that during the upcoming financial year, the government will seed the fund with 200 million Jamaican dollars. And again, I put out the call to the private sector, start looking at making contributions to this fund. We welcome it. Madam Speaker, the government has pursued a deliberate strategy of socializing wealth by enabling Jamaicans to own shares in key national infrastructure assets through the stock market, literally paying dividends to the people of Jamaica. This approach democratizes economic opportunities, allowing citizens to benefit directly from state-owned enterprises, transitioning to public ownership. In May 2019, we divested Wigton Farms, and in March 2020, we divested 80% of Trans-Jamaica Highway. Tens of thousands of small investors have benefited from dividend income and capital gains through ownership of these shares, aligning national development with wealth creation and broad-based economic empowerment of the people. Unlike the PNP, who socialized debt while transferring wealth from the poor to the rich during the FinTech era, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the offer for sale for the remaining 20% of the shares of Trans-Jamaica Highway has been oversubscribed with over 22,000 applications totaling $12 billion. Madam Speaker, Jamaican people, get the message that this government is about creating wealth. Madam Speaker, this is a vote of confidence in Jamaica. These investors know that Jamaica today has the strongest economy since independence. This is not rhetoric. This is not an opinion. This is an undeniable fact backed by empirical data on inflation, unemployment, exchange rate, balance of payment, net international reserve, debt to GDP ratio, and poverty reduction. Madam Speaker, creating wealth and making it accessible to all is the DNA of the JLP administration, and this is how we accelerate growth. There are several other assets that the government is preparing to bring to market so that the ordinary Jamaicans can participate and share in the value they create when paired with private sector enterprise and innovation. At this stage, I can announce that the Jamaica Mortgage Bank is being prepared as the next asset to come to market. I want to turn quickly to the S in Aspire, and that S stands for safety and security. Madam Speaker, there can be no real economic growth, no true inclusion without security. For too long, violent crime has cast a shadow over our progress, stealing the potential of young lives and holding back our economic transformation. Thankfully, we can now say the tide is turning. Jamaica is taking decisive actions against violence producers, and the results are now evident. Madam Speaker, in 2024, Jamaica recorded a 19% reduction in murders, following a 7% decline in 2023, bringing our homicide rate to 40.1 per 100,000. While still high, we are now outperforming some of our regional peers, a stark contrast to 2016 when Jamaica had the highest crime rate in the Caribbean at 50 per 100,000. Unlike much of the region, where homicide rates are currently surging past ours, we have reversed the trend, and now other countries are studying our approach to reducing violence. Notably, Madam Speaker, the 2024 Christmas season was the safest in 20 years, with just 6 murders recorded during the Christmas week. Since 2024, the country has seen a sustained decline in murders, culminating in 47 murders in February 2025, the lowest monthly total in 25 years, and a 43% reduction compared to February 2024. If you were to compare between February 2022 and February 2025, murders have declined 55%. Additionally, major crimes as a whole, including murders, shootings, rape, robbery, and break-ins, have declined by 21%, reaching the lowest level since disaggregated data collection began in 1999. Jamaica is now safer than at any point in the last 20 years. On our current trajectory, Jamaica is on track to record fewer than 1,000 murders in a single year for the first time since 2003. We are confident that this downward trajectory will persist, as these results stem from our deliberate planning, strategic investments, and targeted efforts to dismantle organized criminal gangs. My government has recognized violence as a national emergency, and as such, we have made the strongest sustained investment in national security in Jamaica's history. In 2015, before my administration took office, capital expenditure for national security was $2.67 billion. $2.67 billion. Yes, there were times in the 90s and early 2000s where the capital budget was non-existent. So when we wonder why we have the security problem, just trace it back to poor economic policies, where you had to spend 70% of your tax revenues on repaying debt caused by poor economic decisions. By 2018, we increased the spending on security to $12.7 billion. And in 2019, we made a record $19.5 billion investment to modernize our security apparatus. This substantial increase in our first term was necessary to compensate for years of underinvestment. And you can just look at the years of underinvestment. In fact, when you look at the last 20 years, it's clear that, you know, the Jamaica Labour Party government made the greatest attempt at funding the security forces. These funds have strengthened our security forces through investments in equipment, vehicles, intelligence, forensic technology, and advanced training in cybercrime, counter-trafficking, and financial intelligence. Yes. We have enhanced the operational capability of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and Jamaica Defense Force, rearming them with modern tools to dismantle criminal networks. In the case of the JCF, we have invested in building one of the most advanced law enforcement agencies in the hemisphere. To this end, significant progress is being made on the development of a C5 center, that is a state-of-the-art command and control center. This cutting-edge center will seamlessly integrate coordinate, and analyze real-time data from all available sources, including CCTV and body-worn cameras. I break from my script, Madam Speaker, to point out that there's a lot of debate going on. You know, why is it that the JDF and the JCF are not wearing cameras on their person? I think there is a kind of misunderstanding to believe that standalone cameras can be effective. That's not the case. You have to build out an entire back-end network to ensure that the footage on the camera can be downloaded, that it can be stored and retrieved, that it can be digitally transmitted to other locations, and that it can be protected from manipulation. When we say that we are going to do a force-wide use of budget,
no budget now today, no?
buying a little camera off the shelf or getting a camera from a supplier here. We have to think of and implement a system-wide comprehensive solution. And I'm afraid, Madam Speaker, that sometimes this is just the haphazard thinking that forces governments into making wrong decisions. But, Madam Speaker, it's the same thing that we have done with our police cars. You know, we have totally changed the way in which we order and purchase and maintain and use our police cars. We don't buy a police car. We buy a transportation service, a full-end solution. And just to be clear, there are no used cars in what we are procuring. So this cutting-edge center will seamlessly integrate, coordinate, and analyze real-time data from all available sources, including CCTV and body-worn cameras, supported by a robust back-end infrastructure. This development is a game changer for modern, efficient, and intelligence-driven policing that will have a major impact on crime. The government's Project ROCK initiative, which was launched in 2019 to modernize the physical infrastructure of the JCF, has seen the refurbishment and construction of numerous police facilities across the island. Through the public sector compensation review, my government has ensured that our police officers are now in receipt of a more reasonable salary and pensions, befitting of their profession, and provides a better foundation for future negotiations. The resulting boost to the morale cannot be overstated, and it has made a career in the JCF more appealing. For the first time in the history of the force, the establishment strength of 14,000 officers has been met. More police officers and more vehicles mean greater coverage of our communities and more rapid responses to threats and citizen emergencies. Since 2021, the purchases of vehicles and the build-out of Jamaica ICCTV systems have been transferred to the capitalized recurrent budget to ensure continuous replenishment. Because instead of treating them as capital projects, they are now being treated as items to be maintained and consistently upgraded. Madam Speaker, the role of the JDF in the overall reduction in violent crime through their support for the JCF is crucial, particularly in areas where specialized security measures have been declared, that is the zones of special operations and states of public emergency. The JDF is the premier defense force in CARICOM, notably leading the planning and the preparation for the CARICOM Joint Task Force and executing multi-country military exercises, enhancing interoperability in cybersecurity, counter-narcotics, search and rescue, and disaster relief. Madam Speaker, our borders are more secure than ever before, due in large part to new patrol vessels, helicopters, maritime patrol aircraft, and other technical equipment we procured for the JDF. They are now better equipped to interdict illicit vessels and aircraft trafficking weapons, narcotics, and people. This year, we will further enhance maritime security with the addition of 24 surface interceptor vessels, strengthening the protection of our border and blue economy. However, Madam Speaker, we note that most illicit weapons which fuel gang violence enter Jamaica through formal ports of entry. To improve our ability to secure this channel, we have been investing in advanced scanners and enhanced security protocols at all customs, at all areas in Jamaica Customs. And the result is evidenced by major gun finds at our ports in recent times, including yesterday. I would like to acknowledge the Jamaica Customs for their increased vigilance and generally commend the security forces and our partners for increased cooperation, intelligence sharing, which has yielded great results. Every weapon and ammunition kept off our street is potentially a life saved. Additionally, we are finalizing the Customs Mutual Assistance Agreement with the United States, which will enable even further and greater intelligence sharing to strengthen our port security and protect our national and economic interests. Madam Speaker, data and intelligence confirms that Jamaica's chronic violence is driven by organized criminal enterprises, euphemistically called gangs. It's not sociological or economic factors like poverty or unemployment that drives violence, as the opposition would have us believe. More than 70% of murders in Jamaica are directly related to gangs. Madam Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the graph being displayed or about to be displayed. It is the same graph that I believe the leader of the opposition displayed, but he had a different interpretation of the statistics. Let me offer mine. Let us recall that the drop in murders from 2009 to 2014, which you see as the first arrow, for which the opposition seeks to take credit, was a direct result of the state of public emergency launched in May 2010 by the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Which dismantled and scattered the gangs and created a 21% drop in murders in 2011. 21% drop in murders in 2011. No other police action has resulted in any such drop. In 2011, murders stabilized, as you can see, and in 2012, stabilized. This created a respite where targeted police operations against gangs and violence producers resulted in 2024 having the lowest number of murders in the last 20 years. So 2014 was the lowest number of murders, and that is under the PNP in the last 20 years. But it's not as a result of the PNP's action. It is as a result of the 2010 state of public emergency, which gave you a 21% reduction. Then a slight carry-on reduction in 2012. Madam Speaker, I still posit that if the opposition then had supported the government in extending the state of public emergency, the fall in murders would have been even greater. So in 2013, there was a little spike in murders. And in 2014, in mid-2014, the PNP introduced the Unite for Change, an ostensible crime-fighting strategy that leaned heavily on social interventions. There was also a change of police commissioners and an apparent change in crime-fighting strategy. By 2015, murders began to rise again under the PNP, even with the much touted Unite for Change initiative in full effect. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that the PNP shifted focus from targeted operations against gangs and gang leaders and allowed them space to regroup. The number of gangs in the country increased from 200 in 2010 to 350 by 2016. And we saw the impact of this from 2015 through 2017. That is why my administration decided to take decisive action. We recognize the emergency threat organized criminal enterprises and violence producers pose to specific communities and the country generally. We responded with zones of special operations and states of public emergencies to halt the persistent spiral in murders from 2015 to 2017. The SOEs and zones of special operations were successful in taking back communities from gangs, displacing criminals, disrupting their operations, and limiting their space and opportunity to commit crimes. That's what the SOEs do. This resulted, Madam Speaker, in a 22% reduction in murders in 2018 and a leveling off between 2019 and 2020. The success of the SOEs and the ZOZOs came with the support of the opposition at the time. And I here must give credit to the former leader of the opposition, the Honorable Dr. Peter Phillips, who understood their necessity and supported their extensions. However, since the change in leadership in the opposition in 2020, we have not been able to use the SOEs to full effect. We have used them, but not to full effect. And we saw a 10% spike in murders in 2021. This could have been prevented and lives saved if narrow political interests parading as protecting rights did not blind the current opposition leader to protecting the right to life of the victims of murder by supporting extensions of the SOE. Madam Speaker, in parallel with emergency measures, this administration in 2018 embarked on an ambitious plan
to do what?
To indigenously reform and reorganize the JCF under the direction of a new commissioner, Major General Anthony Anderson, to include development of leadership, recruitment and training of personnel, and the acquisition of material and technology. It was never the intention of the government to rely solely on emergency measures. We used emergency measures to treat with the crime situation, which was over and above the existing capacity of regular law enforcement at the time. And we used the space and attenuation it created to build the capacity of the security forces. Therefore, in 2022, we began to realize the impact of the reforms and capability building investments in the JCF. With improved intelligence gathering, better investigative and crime-solving capabilities, and a return to more targeted and focused strategies on gangs and violence producers. During this period, we saw the interdiction and prosecution of several gangs. Now, a lot of people didn't understand that while the opposition and other, talking heads and so forth were criticizing the government over SOEs, we were quietly taking down the gangs. We brought about 4 major gangs through the court system using the anti-gang legislation, which had never been used before it was passed. We didn't say anything about it. Before, it was never used when it was passed. Never used. Never used. Right? And we now have how many on trial? And we have 19 cases now coming up. So we were, we were being criticized, and everybody wants to claim and criticize the government and all making all kinds of claims. Well, we were strategic, doing what we were doing, because we know what the real problem was, and we know that our investment was going to pay off. And then you began to see the impact of better investigations. Several really terrible atrocities and crimes were committed, and within weeks and months, the member from East Kingston and Port Royal can attest to that. Very effective investigations. So that is as a direct result of government strategy and investment and improvement. So while the opposition and other talking heads were busy criticizing government strategy and policy, we were quietly doing what we know needs to be done. So, Madam Speaker, today we can say that year to date, murders are at their lowest level in 25 years. The Minister of National Security tells me that we are 33% behind where we were last year. But I still lament that had we the support of the opposition in the use of SOEs, the fall in murders would have been even greater. So let me be clear. The PNP, under this leader of the opposition, can take no credit for the reduction in murders. They have done everything possible to obstruct the government. Everything possible to obstruct the government, and now want to stand up and claim credit. Madam Speaker, we will continue to invest in our security forces and support the transformation of the JCF into a modern, professional, and technology-driven security force. We will continue to target gangs, which account for 70% of murders in the country. If we focus on eliminating gangs, we can reduce our murder rate to below the regional average of 15 per 100,000. And I'm pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that police intelligence now estimates, listen to this one, police intelligence now estimates that there are fewer than 100 active gangs in Jamaica since the beginning of the year, coming from 350. Many have been dismantled or have gone dormant. They are laying low. because they know they are being hunted relentlessly by the security forces. Madam Speaker, this administration takes national security seriously, and through the National Security Council, something that we have instituted in a consistent way, we have been able to coordinate, enhance, and strengthen the work and collaborative efforts of various security forces to yield greater synergies from our security forces. And again, I would like to acknowledge and thank, but most importantly, encourage the members of our security forces. Through their respective heads, the Chief of Defense Staff of the JDF Vice Admiral Antoinette Weems Gorman, CD, Commissioner of Police Dr. Kevin Blake, CD, Director General of MOCA, Colonel Desmond Edwards, and Commissioner of Customs Dr. Velma Ricketts Walker, CD. Continue with your concerted effort to make Jamaica safe. Together, we will eliminate the gangs and bring peace to our country. Madam Speaker, I want to now turn to the P, people in Aspire. Jamaica's greatest asset is our people. That is why this government continues to invest in education, training, and job opportunities, ensuring that every Jamaican, regardless of background, has the chance to learn, earn, and thrive. Through programs like the LIFT program, that is Learning and Investment for Transformation, and the CARE program, Community Action for Rewarding Engagement, we are directly supporting young Jamaicans on their journey to skill development and employment. The second cohort of the LIFT is underway, providing education, mentorship, and work experience for youth who need a start. Also, over 1,250 unattached youth across all 63 communities are now enrolled in training under CARE, receiving stipends and transport support to remove financial barriers. Madam Speaker, these programs transform lives. A school leaver from an inner city community or a rural parish can now access training and have a real pathway to a career. Heart touches the lives of everyday people every day. You know, Madam Speaker, I was in Brownstown recently. I just stopped in the town and I saw the heart outreach workers with a little tent in the middle of the town encouraging people to come and sign up. I was very heartened to see Heart doing that. So Heart is out there doing their best to try and pull people in who are not currently in the labor force or who are seeking a job but are unskilled. Heart is actively out there trying to bring them in. And almost every year I come here, Madam Speaker, we come with some different form of program that's, you know, specifically catered to a certain set age profile or life cycle to attract, because, Madam Speaker, at 3.5% unemployment, we are technically almost at full employment. And the leader of the opposition and the opposition spokesman mentioned that the pressure is increasing for us to find other solutions for labor. But before we go that route, Madam Speaker, the government is going to work hard explore every option, give every incentive, so that those who stay by the roadside and dig out their hand middle, as we say, we give them an opportunity to put a tool in their hand. So today I have Akon Pitt and Gary Smith with us. Akon was unsure about his next step after his stellar CXC results. At the behest of his Member of Parliament, Akon was the Member of Parliament, Alando Terlong. Akon was a participant in the first cohort of the LIFT program. After training, he was placed and paid at CariMed, where he had an exceptional journey. Akon is now at the Jamaica Cooperative Insurance Agency. Gary is a 20-year-old pursuing a business administration level 2 certification as an on-the-job trainee at Coleyville Training Limited under the CARE program. He dreams of becoming a certified engineering contractor and establishing his own air conditioning repair business. Gary is now closer to realizing his dream. These are both young men that the government has empowered through the Heart Trust NSTA. Akon and Gary are from the community of Gregory Park in Minister Terrellong's constituency in the soon-to-be parish of Portmore. There are hundreds of thousands of Akons and Gary that we have empowered through skills training since 2020. 552,534 to be exact. And this is primarily, look, since the elimination of fees, over 150,000 persons have signed up for the various vocational programs at Heart. So, let's be clear, Heart is not a perfect institution, but it is a hard-working institution. Madam Speaker, we have already had significant success in public-private partnerships and the apprenticeship model with the Amber Heart Academy. Nearly 500 youth have graduated specializing in data analytics, cybersecurity, web and app development. Most have secured paid internships with career pathways. 112 JDF soldiers are also now being trained in coding, which will strengthen the JDF's technological capabilities. Madam Speaker, building on the success of this model, I'm pleased to announce an expanded apprenticeship program in critical industries that urgently need more skilled labor. These industries include construction and the hospitality sector. Over the next 2 years, 300 young people will receive paid hands-on training alongside industry professionals. Each participant will earn a weekly stipend of $13,500 to $16,500 with a 10% set aside as compulsory savings. This approach allows our youth to build a career, support their families, and contribute to the economy all at the same time. Madam Speaker, we will begin this pilot in conjunction with the Sandals Corporate University. Additionally, later this year, we will establish the Institute of Higher Apprenticeship in partnership with industry and the Inter-American Development Bank. This will provide advanced vocational certification while participants work in the field. A young person will be able to pursue, let's say, a degree in logistics or a diploma in manufacturing through an apprenticeship track, gaining academic credentials and practical experience at the same time upon graduating. Upon graduating, they will be ready to take on higher paying jobs and be certified. Madam Speaker, the jobs of tomorrow demand skills in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. To prepare our students, HART is investing $400 million to establish state-of-the-art HART. I'm going to say STEM labs, but I'm going to change it, Madam Speaker, because in our culture, the creative industry is a strategic industry for us, and it is part of our strategy for diversification. So we are the only government to take up $1 billion and place it at the disposal of the film industry. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. That is the largest budgetary allocation to the creative sector ever. So, let's not get drawn into. So, Madam Speaker, HART is investing $400 million to establish state-of-the-art STEAM labs. So this will also include not just things for mechatronics and engineering and so forth, but also computers for creative designs, for managing sound stages and so forth. So within those labs, there will be a place for persons who would want to pursue the technical elements of the creative industry. So these labs, as I said before, will feature robotic kits, virtual welding simulators, drone technology, hydroponics, and 3D printing, 3D printers, ensuring that our children from all backgrounds can access world-class technical education. To further support STEM talent, we are launching the Boost, Building Opportunities for Outstanding STEM Students program. Beginning in April 2025, HART graduates in level 4 STEM-related courses will be eligible for a grant of up to $300,000 to purchase specialized tools, software to start their business. Madam Speaker, I know that there are many in Jamaica who are skeptical of technology. They see technology as a threat. Madam Speaker, we can't view technology in that way. Technology is immanent, it is ubiquitous, and it is universal. Can't escape it. AI, that is artificial intelligence, is reshaping industries worldwide. When the first industrial revolution started, Jamaica was still a colony. That's a reality. So Jamaica didn't benefit from the first industrial revolution. And in fact, in a strange way, when you read Capitalism and Slavery, you would see that it is technically the advance of technology that made slavery unprofitable, and which technically, depending on which historian you read, led to the end of slavery as an economic way of production. So technology is not bad. Technology is a liberating tool if you approach it the right way. So, Madam Speaker, when the information industrial revolution came about, the information age, which is not more than 50 years old, Jamaica was still trying to industrialize. So we missed another wave of technology as a colonial developing country. We are now in the 5th industrial revolution, and Jamaica cannot afford to be left behind. Technology provides the ability to leapfrog, and we must position ourselves to do so. I have given directives to the Minister of Education to ensure that AI is prominent in our national training and development strategy, which is why we appointed an AI task force. This government is committed to ensuring that Jamaica is an active player and not a spectator in the global AI revolution. From the recommendations of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force, we are implementing an AI work readiness strategy that includes integrating AI and coding into school curricula at all levels and promoting dedicated teacher training programs on AI. And we are launching a prompt engineering course through the Heart Trust NSTA to train students and public sector professionals in using AI tools effectively. Madam Speaker, in partnership with the Amber Group, the government will also establish a cutting-edge local AI lab, a public-private center of excellence where developers, researchers, entrepreneurs, and students can collaborate on AI solutions. The AI lab will serve as the catalyst for a new era of technological advancement in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, AI will disrupt some traditional jobs, but it will create new high-paying opportunities. This government is ensuring that Jamaicans are equipped to seize those opportunities and lead in the digital economy. Madam Speaker, we will also be using AI tools to help our children learn. We are developing the Jamaica Learning Assistant, a groundbreaking AI-powered platform designed to revolutionize learning with an end-to-end AI-generated and curated content, fully aligned with the national curriculum. And I don't know if the video is cued, but let me give you a preview of what it could do.
Introducing Jamaica Learning Assistant, the world's most comprehensive AI educational platform, reimagining learning for Jamaica. It's like giving every child a personal mentor who adapts to their needs and pace. Interactive adventures that make science and math come alive. Human-like AI tutors, detailed explanations, humor, poems, interactive tests, mind maps for visual understanding, videos and real-life applications of knowledge, so each lesson isn't just learned, but lived.
Who are scientists?
Scientists are people who study the natural world using observation, experimentation, and reasoning.
Teacher, tell me a joke about scientists.
Why did the scientists bring a ladder to the lab? Because they wanted to reach new heights in their research.
Come with us as we transform education for all our children.
Madam Speaker, we are determined not to be left behind in this revolution. So we are going to be early adopters of the technology. And I encourage all parents, if you haven't yet done so, download one of the artificial intelligence apps, play around with it, ask it questions. You will be surprised how well structured, coordinated, and in depth the answers you receive are. You would be surprised how you can train these AI bots to do specific tasks. So I would encourage all Jamaicans not to fear AI, but to develop an inquisitive mind about it. Let us not become spectators while another wave of technological development is going on. Let us ride that wave. Madam Speaker, starting September 2025, we will implement a dedicated school bus system for rural Jamaica to ensure equitable access, improved attendance, and enhanced safety while easing financial burdens on families. This is part of the dividends for good government. This will be rolled out in phases. Phase 1 is already underway, with the JUTC expanding services in Clarendon, Morant Bay, and Linstead, providing affordable transportation for students. We will add 12 additional 45-seater buses to the already existing fleet of 10 buses, giving the Montego Bay area a total of 22 buses. Phase 2 will see 100 fully refurbished buses deployed across parishes, with 60 buses in September 2025 for the start of the new school year, and another 40 buses by January 2026. Madam Speaker, these are school buses used in the American system. They will be refurbished. The doors will be placed on the correct side, the entrance doors. They will be governed. Look here. Madam Speaker, the buses will be refurbished. Just to repeat, the doors will be on the appropriate side for safety. And I think most importantly, the speed on these buses will be governed. So they won't be able to drive above a certain set speed to ensure safety of the children. On some of the buses, where there is connectivity, we will place cameras, and the collection of fares will be digital. Now, these are refurbished. They are going to be refurbished. So they will be refurbished with those.
So it is not at all going to be entertain disturbance to the budget debate. Do not answer any member questioning you in this house. Please continue with the debate, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this marks a transformative step in making school transportation safer, more reliable, and more affordable for Jamaican students. Others talk about it, but we do it. Madam Speaker, in the public discourse around human capital, there is a tendency to overlook the vital role of public health. A healthy society is a productive society, and so the reverse is also true. I'm not here going to deliver the extensive presentation, which I know that the Minister of Health will deliver in the sectoral debate, but I could not let some accusations from the opposition leader go unanswered. It is clear that the opposition leader forgot what his government left behind in 2016 in healthcare, a system described by his spokesperson, his current spokesperson on health, as so broken down that surgeons had to don garbage bags to conduct surgeries. Today, we accept we are not perfect, but we have come a far way since that time. He has no moral authority to lecture us on the progress we have made since they left the healthcare system in shambles. Imagine how we would have feared if they were the government when the COVID pandemic hit us. Here are some of the truths about our health system today. There are more posts for doctors. There are more posts for nurses, more hospital beds, and there are more hospital beds to come. There are more operating theaters, and more theaters will be built. A healthcare budget that has expanded from $60 billion to $140 billion in 9 years, the largest increase, and this is with the largest infrastructure expansion in healthcare since independence. Madam Speaker, we agree that prevention is better than cure. They make light of our pre-screening program, Know Your Numbers. Well, after a year and a half of over 220,000 tests, after a year and a half, we have conducted over 222,000 tests. And this, Madam Speaker, is saving the lives of many Jamaicans. Because as they know, they are able to take corrective action. Madam Speaker, our investment is the most of any government in healthcare, and that is a fact. Madam Speaker, this government has invested significant sums in water. As I now turn to the I in Aspire, 150,000 Jamaicans now have improved water supply through our investments over the last 5 years. We are investing at a rate not seen since the 1980s, with public investments amounting to $22 billion and private investments in excess of $14.2 billion through public-private partnerships. The map that will shortly be displayed shows work completed in fiscal year 2024-2025, shown in green, and upcoming projects for which procurement is in progress in white. So we have covered almost all of Jamaica with a water project. Madam Speaker, we do not only announce, we deliver, and we are breaking ground and commissioning water supply systems almost weekly. Last week, I was with Minister Samuda, and we looked at several water projects in St. Elizabeth. A proper account of the extensive work undertaken in every constituency would require us to be here all night. But I can assure you that work is being done in every constituency, and the details will be provided by Minister Samuda, who is now a member of this Honorable House. Minister Samuda will also give an update on the environment and climate change. However, I would like to make mention of a few areas underwater. Very important one, the Western Parishes water supply.
You can't sit in the house and keep shouting and speaking to the member on their feet. It is the member from St. Catherine.
Madam Speaker, The severe drought which affected Western Jamaica disproportionately prompted the acceleration of major capital works to replace transmission mains in the parish of Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. This is a $28 billion three-year project which will commence in May 2025 and reduce water insecurity and non-revenue water, and involves upgrading 28 kilometers of main transmission lines from St. James to Trelawney and 37.5 kilometers from Lucy to Negril. On completion, it will benefit over 250,000 residents and business customers and catalyze development in the key tourism sector. I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that this is a game changer for water in the northwestern parishes. Madam Speaker, 6 major projects funded by the Caribbean Development Bank are being undertaken by the Rural Water Supply Limited, which will significantly improve access and transform the lives of more than 38,000 Jamaicans in rural areas of Southeast, Western St. Mary's, Southern Trelawney, Northeast St. Elizabeth, Eastern St. Thomas, and Northwest St. Anne. Currently, the Rural Water Supply Limited and the CDB are finalizing the necessary documentation for procuring design services, with the advertisement expected to be published in March 2025. Madam Speaker, I've spoken extensively about the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Project, a $2.7 billion project, which is spread over 5 years. We are midway the 5 years. And this project will reduce non-revenue water to below 50%, increase service reliability and quality, given that we are now building out new houses, new housing schemes in Mandeville and other areas. Madam Speaker, the Ray Corby Water Plant Project, something that we have been talking about from 2009, has been discussed. We have been discussing this for years. I'm pleased to report that it is now finally in the construction phase. Construction has started. And we are targeting completion by the end of 2026. Others talk about it, we deliver it. Madam Speaker, the expansion of the sewer network in Kingston and St. Andrew is critical to the future development within the parish, both to facilitate greater densities and safeguard groundwater. This year, the NWC will be investing $1.4 billion into the laying of sewer lines along Monroe Road, Retreat Avenue, Seymour Avenue, and Old Hope Road. Additionally, there are 2 areas of deep concern which must be addressed forthwith. The first is the situation in downtown Kingston with collapsing sewer mains, and overall of the entire potable water, sewage, and drainage network is required for most of Central and West Kingston. I have directed Minister Samuda to ensure that the project design for this massive infrastructure is done this year. I have further directed that $450 million be immediately deployed to the worst affected areas within the Market District to provide immediate relief. The NWC has also commenced procurement of an additional HVAC truck to be stationed downtown to ensure that any blockages that emerge are immediately dealt with. Madam Speaker, the infrastructure is old. It is aging and collapsing. Decades of no investment. It is now showing. And it is this administration that is finding the economic wherewithal to deal with the maintenance of these critical infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I just quickly want to say that we have now started the distribution of the Black Tank program. MPs are now collecting and distributing tanks in their constituencies. We hope that that can move very quickly to mitigate any impact of drought that may occur later in the year. Madam Speaker, in November 2024, I announced that the NWC would provide an amnesty to customers cut off from the utility for more than 6 months. The amnesty has benefited pensioners, path recipients, and members of the disabled community with up to 100% reprieve and up to 50% for other categories of customers. As at March 14, 2025, over 21,000 customers had engaged in the process. Total reconnections so far are 3,271, with a further 5,135 awaiting reconnections. This has yielded over $207 million in revenues collected for the NWC, and that would have been uncollectible otherwise. We have also written off over $600 million of debt from those who most need it, restoring the supply of water and returning dignity to those households. Madam Speaker, this government is helping our most vulnerable. As such, I have instructed the National Water Commission to extend the program for a further 2 months. Madam Speaker, we do this because we care about the people. Madam Speaker, a strong road network is vital to a thriving economy. This government has taken bold steps to modernize roads, enhance resilience, and ensure sustainability. Madam Speaker, the Southern Coast Highway project is now 95% complete. The remaining segment from Yallas Bridge to Port Antonio and Morant Bay to Cedar Valley will reach completion in June 2025. This transformative project has delivered 141 kilometers of reconstructed roads, 248 kilometers of water pipelines, and 140 kilometers of fiber optic ducts, significantly enhancing connectivity and essential utilities. The truth is, Madam Speaker, what we have done for St. Thomas is to reverse decades of institutional neglect. St. Thomas is now set for takeoff. The launch of the $45 billion Spark program marked another pivotal achievement of our road and water supply infrastructure. For the first time, all constituencies had an opportunity to provide an input, and as I had committed, construction work began before the end of 2024 with the rehabilitation of Everest Drive in Harborview. Since then, work orders have been issued covering 126 roads across 63 constituencies. Within the next 6 weeks, we have programmed for construction to begin on another 126 roads, representing the largest single event of road construction in the history of independent Jamaica. That is 252 community roads to be completed by October this year. And Madam Speaker, the member from East Kingston and Port Royal can attest to it. He can attest to it. Road is going on in this constituency. The special CapEx program represents a strategic push to modernize our urban infrastructure, integrating road, drainage, sewage, and broadband upgrades to enhance safety, traffic management. Under this program, Grange Lane, I toured Grange Lane recently in Portmore, and it is 90% complete, with the next major project being the dualization of Brayton Road and sections of the Helshamade Road at a cost of $2.4 billion. We are making investments in the new parish of Portmore. Other projects include the Arthur Wint Drive extension, and we have expanded the original scope to include the stretch from Arthur Wint Drive to Tom Redcombe and Camp Road, incorporating sewage and additional water infrastructure, ensuring greater benefits for residents, businesses, and future developments. Madam Speaker, the government will invest $2 billion to enhance key entrance corridors leading into the capital city, creating a more attractive and welcoming gateway. This initiative will focus on major thoroughfares, including the Airport Road from Norman Manley International Airport to Mountain View, from the roundabout to Port Royal. Well, you know, the member again from East Kingston and Port Royal several years ago came to me and he pointed out that his government had budgeted or projected to do that program. But the truth is, it didn't get done. And I have committed, Madam Speaker, that the road really deserves to be done. No political issues here. That road is the entrance to the city. And it is in a deplorable condition. So that road will be done. So that's one of the roads to be done. We will be doing as well 6 miles to Dunrobin Avenue and 6 miles to the Portia Simpson Miller Square through to downtown via Spanish Town Road. The project will begin with the pre-investment works, including design and planning, community consultations, and these upgrades will not only beautify Kingston's points of entry, but also enhance infrastructure, improve connectivity, and create a positive impression for visitors and residents alike. I want to give a quick update and just to keep our citizens who are looking out for their bypasses. So we have the bypass road projects that's still ongoing. So we'll have a bypass for Port Maria, for Santa Cruz, for Lucy, for Anato Bay, for Hopewell and Sandy Bay. And the Port Antonio bypass is set to begin in the fiscal year coming, following the completion of the feasibility study. So we are going to start the Port Antonio bypass. Madam Speaker, under the accelerated bridge renewal project, we are upgrading and replacing over 55 critical bridges. Work on the Craig Mill Bridge in Portland is set to begin early in the new financial year. As part of the project, a pedestrian bridge will first be built to restore foot traffic for the community, which is now cut off. The House will be happy to hear that the Troy Bridge is now approximately 50% complete. Other key projects including Spring Village Bridge in St. Catherine and Alley Bridge in Clarendon. New bridges under development include in Westmoreland, the Southwood Bridge, Barham in Westmoreland rather, Southwood in Clarendon, and Guanabo Vale in St. Catherine. Toll roads. Madam Speaker, let me now speak on toll roads, which is a critical aspect of our improved connectivity, productivity, and efficiency. We know that long waiting times at toll plazas can cause costly delays, frustration, and impact the nation's productivity. The Angels Toll Plaza is now one of the busiest of our network. And I'm pleased to announce that 3 additional lanes will be added to the Angels Toll Plaza. We are very advanced with the engineering designs for those. A longer term, more transformative change will be the introduction of open road tolling. This is a state-of-the-art system that allows vehicles to be charged electronically without having to stop at a toll booth. This system is widely used across the world and has proven to be faster, more efficient, and more convenient. The Montego Bay Perimeter Road will serve as the first road to have this system. Let me give a quick update on the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, which includes the Long Hill Bypass and critical upgrades to Barnett Street and West Green Avenue. For residents in the Long Hill area, you would have already noticed that clearing works have commenced. The initial concept of the Long Hill Bypass considered 2 lanes. However, the government has taken a strategic decision to expand the roadway to 4 lanes. So the people in that side of Jamaica St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, that would rely on that very important corridor, which is now an obstacle course. When this is done, they will have a 4-lane highway. Additionally, works on the Montego Bay bypass are progressing rapidly, with earthworks at a very advanced stage, and the Montego Bay River Bridge, which I toured recently, is 95% complete. That's the highest and longest bridge in Jamaica, an impressive piece of infrastructure. As of today, the overall project stands at 55% complete. Once finished, this network of roads will significantly ease the long-standing traffic challenges in Montego Bay and open up new areas for development, fostering greater investment and economic activity. Jamaica's North Coast, Madam Speaker, is booming. The Miami Bay area has emerged as a new urban corridor between Ocho Rios and St. Anne. It is also a critical tourism corridor. And in recent times, it has become an area for residential communities. Effectively, the corridor, which is supposed to be part of the North Coast Highway, is now serving as the main boulevard to a town, with several ingress and egress from local roads. The corridor now handles traffic coming to and from the North-South Toll Road, traffic moving between Ocho Rios and St. Anne's Bay, and local traffic moving within the various businesses and residences along the corridor. This has created a significant traffic hazard for residents and commuters, which will stifle the natural development energy in the area. This situation would be further complicated if we should proceed to widen and improve the existing roadway without having an alternative in place, as there are no other viable alternatives. We have learned our lesson from the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, which created significant dislocation to residents in St. Thomas as we fixed the road while they were using it. This dislocation and risk to residents, businesses, and the government would be far more costly in this case. Can you imagine a road obstruction that prevents a tourist bus getting to their flight on time to the Donald Sangster International Airport, or missing their cruise ship return at the Reynolds Pier, or persons can't get to their homes because of some obstruction in that one little road? And can you imagine an obstruction on just that one road, how it would impact the entire north-south traffic? So while we are currently engaged in the North-South Highway PPP project to design and build out the upgrades, particularly the Miami Bay section of the road, the government has decided also to pursue the extension of the North-South Toll Road, which will begin with a cloverleaf interchange at Miami Bay, extending westward to Discovery Bay, that's phase 1A, and eastward to Prospect in St. Mary, phase 1B. So this, Madam Speaker, is a major infrastructure development that will allow you to go around Ocho Rios and to go around the Miami Bay area and Priory. And that, Madam Speaker, will increase the natural urbanization energy which exists in that corridor. Now you're going to see the expansion of businesses along that corridor, the expansion of houses in the Draxall area, but it also takes off the congestion out of Ocho Rios so that Ocho Rios can truly develop as a tourism town So given the urgency of the development and the dislocation risks involved in upgrading this existing roadway, the government of Jamaica will take steps to designate the North-South Highway extension as a national development project. Madam Speaker, for decades, road maintenance in Jamaica has suffered from issues of fragmented responsibility among the NWA local municipal corporations and the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as inadequate preventative maintenance. For years, multiple agencies have been responsible for different aspects of road upkeep. Leading to inefficiencies, gaps in accountability, and inconsistent standards. Additionally, a lack of structured preventative maintenance has resulted in roads deteriorating faster than they should, increasing the burden of costly emergency repairs. This reactive approach is neither sustainable nor cost-effective. We are therefore undertaking a strategic review of road maintenance with a focus on institutional governance arrangements to give consideration to the possible establishment of a single road authority to streamline governance and oversight. With this in place, we can have clear lines of enforcement against persons who destroy our roads. It is particularly disturbing to see concrete spilled on our roads and no accountability for clearing and restoration. I want to express my gratitude to the World Bank and the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office for providing technical assistance with the review, including information on approaches and models for road maintenance that have been successful in other countries. We are also integrating geospatial technologies and AI-driven solutions to improve planning and efficiency. We have significantly mapped and referenced over 90% of all roads in Jamaica. This information will help us to create an intelligence register of all our roads, to use it in spatial planning, and importantly, to develop a fiscal preventative maintenance plan which aligns to the engineered lifespan of the road. This also lays the basis for smarter and connected infrastructure to address traffic, public safety, civil defense, security, and logistics. To this end, I have given directions to the NWA and the Spatial Data Management Branch to begin work on developing a uniformed address system and zip code for Jamaica, including the use of digital addresses. So finally, Jamaica will have a standardized system of road naming, of one spelling of the road. You know, Madam Speaker, when you look at the vote, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the voters list and you are trying to order and sort the voters list, and you see 10 different spelling of the roads, 10 different ways of writing addresses. In a modern country, that shouldn't be the case. We need to have one uniform system of address. And I've given the directives for us to start on this path. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, after decades of underinvestment, we are shifting to a structured, sustainable, tech-based system of road maintenance, and this approach will extend the road lifespan, reduce frequent repairs, and improve safety. This government is not just rebuilding roads, we are building a smarter, more resilient future for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, approximately 20% of Jamaicans live in informal settlements, but in urban areas, the situation is even more dire. 60% of the urban population reside in unplanned, substandard housing, which is higher than the average in other Latin American and Caribbean countries. Madam Speaker, we are committed to transforming informal settlements into secure, legally recognized communities that foster stability, economic development, and a better quality of life for all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, in 2007, the Jamaica Labour Party government restructured the failed Operation Pride into the Housing Agency of Jamaica, making it the leading force in tenure regularization. The HAJ continues to prioritize security of tenure for low and middle income earners, delivering approximately 1,000 homes across projects such as St. Paul's Lane in Kingston in my constituency, St. Catherine Estates in St. Catherine, Sandown Palms in St. Catherine, and Edmond Ridge in St. James. Additionally, the HAJ has been tasked with the upgrading of 81 informal communities, with work set to begin in Eden Park, St. Mary. To expand home ownership, the HAJ plans to implement 10,000 housing starts and 4,000 completed solutions over the next 4 years. The HAJ will also be intervening in 5 small informal urban communities, that is, communities 5 acres or less, to upgrade their housing and infrastructure, replicating the success of the St. Paul's Lane model. We have identified communities in Almond Town, Anato Bay, Parade Gardens, Long Acres in Montego Bay, and Russia in Sabna Mar as communities to benefit from this intervention. Penwood Road has a particular challenge, which I've asked the HAJ to investigate. There is the land is lower than the road, and so there's a flooding issue, and so they have to figure out how to solve that. Madam Speaker, through systematic land titling and registration, the National Land Agency is set to deliver 12,000 titles. 12,000 titles ending this year, and they are targeting an additional 8,000 additional titles in 2025-2026. The NLA, Mr. Speaker, is well advanced in deploying a system of electronic titles. So this will transform the whole issuing of titles and the speed of issuing of titles in Jamaica. In fact, they are expecting to start by 2027, 2028. We are now ready to use systematic titling to regularize parcels in urban areas, starting with a pilot in Kingston and St. Andrew. And to support this expansion, we are increasing the number of commissioned land surveyors through an apprenticeship program at the NLA, with plans to train 33 student surveyors and equip them with modern surveying instruments. Additionally, a geospatial training center developed in partnership with the Government of Korea will enhance land survey capabilities using advanced unmanned drones to expedite cadastral mapping and land registration. Mr. Speaker, a substantial number of communities across Jamaica have shared facilities, which necessitate shared management of expenses. There is an increasing effective demand for these types of developments as Jamaica has steadily moved towards a stable and prosperous economy. Unfortunately, as experience has shown with strata properties, these communities are plagued by numerous challenges that can only be adequately addressed by new legislation. The government has heeded the numerous cries for help, and Madam Speaker, as promised in my 2024 budget presentation, the long-awaited registration shared community bill was tabled in the House of Parliament on March 18, 2025. Commitment made, commitment kept. This act, when passed, will provide a clear legal framework to govern all new and existing communities where their proprietors own common real estate or any other facilities and amenities. Madam Speaker, I encourage property owners to review the legislation and provide any feedback where necessary to ensure it adequately addresses your needs. Mr. Speaker, beyond the regularization of existing settlements, we are also building entirely new planned settlements to provide high-quality, affordable housing for Jamaicans. The Bernard Lodge project was the first of this large-scale master plan development and represents a new era in sustainable and structured community development in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I toured the Bernard Lodge project recently, and it looked as if it could have been anywhere in Miami. It is a whole different world over there. By integrating green spaces, essential services, and economic opportunities, Bernard Lodge will offer a high quality of life for its residents while serving as a model for future planned developments across Jamaica of this nature. That's in the new parish of Port. So, Madam Speaker, already to date, 6,000 units have been completed or are under construction. And they are moving at a rapid pace. When it is all finished, there will be about 15,000 homes. It will be the most modern community in Jamaica. And we have the pleasure of being the founders of that community. Madam Speaker, the next planned development of this kind will be in Innswood. I have given directives to the NHT to lead a multi-agency team to undertake the master planning for lands at Innswood, in addition to lands slated for development along the St. John's Road corridor. And let me say, Madam Speaker, the St. John's Road corridor is another corridor of significant traffic congestion, particularly on a weekend, because there are two large cemeteries in that area, but there are also large communities in that area. In fact, there is a community called Naysbury Grove, a community that was founded under the Operation Pride scheme, where the people were given lands. You know, it is really sad when you go there. There is no infrastructure. There is no real titling, no roads. The people have just been left there. If the objective of Pride was to give people land and give them dignity, it failed miserably. So what we're going to do, Madam Speaker, is when we do the master planning for Innswood, we're going to extend the master plan to take into consideration the St. John's Road corridor and all the lands around there, because, Madam Speaker, there is significant private sector interest in developing the land, but they have problems getting approvals because there's so much uncertainty. There is a major drainage problem in the area. And so what we're going to do, Madam Speaker, is to do a comprehensive development plan. And therefore, we will call the area the Greater Innswood Development Area. So that, Madam Speaker, will be the next Bernard Lodge. It will take about a year and a half to do the master planning, to secure approvals, the general approvals, to mobilize resources, to treat with the necessary drainage, to deal with the roadway, and then to where we have lands to go through a process of divestment, and then to deal with common infrastructure. And Madam Speaker, I am certain that we will be creating the second most modern community in Jamaica, in Innsbruck. Madam Speaker, the NHT has 12 projects that we will be executing this year, and they are at varying stages. Mount Nelson in Manchester, 1,758 units, for which I broke ground earlier this month. Galena in St. Mary, 360. Dry Valley in Trelawney, 1,560. Brampton Farm, St. Catherine, 2,000. Spot Valley, St. James, 418. Carlsberg in Clarendon, 200. Chantilly in Westmoreland, 135. Friendship Oaks, Phase 2, St. Elizabeth, 543. Longville Park Pen in Clarendon, 2,077. Barrett Hall in St. James, 1,565. Roselle in St. Thomas, pay attention to that one, 660. And Nonsuch, St. Mary, 46. Planning and designs are also underway for schemes consisting of 10,598 solutions, including 5,000 solutions in Longville Park, in Longville 4, Clarendon. Madam Speaker, the NHT will commence construction on more than 19,575 solutions across all parishes over the next 2 years and continues to acquire land for new development. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that developers face is that advances provided by the NHT are insufficient to cover large initial capital outlays required, as infrastructure can account for some 20 to 25% of overall project costs. Therefore, the NHT is revising its NHT financing program to enhance flexibility in the release of payment advances. In addition to the current mobilization advance of up to 5%, the NHT will provide an additional 20% for developers and 15% for the guaranteed purchase program to reimburse developers at different stages of the project as key infrastructure milestones are reached. Madam Speaker, this is necessary to increase funding for development. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in order to address the difficulty of identifying and accessing large tracts of land for housing in some areas, especially urban and semi-urban areas, the NHT will seek to partner with owners of small parcels of land under the Small Development Partnership Program. This initiative will see the NHT providing project funding and the technical and construction expertise, while the landowner will offer their property as their equity for the development. The proposed properties must be zoned for residential purposes and have access to the requisite support infrastructure, potable water, electricity, sewage. This is targeted at houses for low income and affordable segments of the housing market. Therefore, the selling price of the units must be under the price point set by the NHT. Madam Speaker, this initiative is going to be a game changer for resuscitating communities that are suffering from urban blight. So what this is doing is, Madam Speaker, so if you have a community where somebody has a half acre, a 3/4 acre of land, it's depressed, they can approach the NHT and say, partner with me to develop this into smaller housing solutions at more affordable prices. And if we get this done in mass, communities like Central Kingston, Grants Pen, West Kingston, you name it, communities that are already structured, they have roadways, the water mains are already there. In some cases, sewer is already there. Then what you would see is developers, well, they may not be developers now, but people who own land in those communities who would not be able to go and approach a bank because the bank would say, this is not a bankable property. But now they could approach the NHT, and the NHT would facilitate the development, even purchase the homes from them, and then resell them. Now, once you start to get that in mass, you can start to transform entire areas, but with a lower infrastructure cost, because the roads are already there. They just need to be patched. The water main is already there. So that is the thinking behind this strategy. And I'm certain that this is going to instigate a transformation of some of the communities. Madam Speaker, there are so many initiatives that I'm afraid I will have to skip through a few of them, but let me.
If there were anything important, you would have said them.
So, currently, the NHT provides 100% mortgage financing to mortgagors for its scheme solutions for housing units and house lots purchased by the NHT contributors on the open market. The NHT provides a maximum of 95% financing, requiring prospective mortgagors to finance the deposit of 5%. The inability to find the deposit for property figures prominently among the impediments to homeowners. Therefore, commencing July 1, 2025, for contributors who earn less than $30,000 weekly, the deposit requirement on open loan markets, on open market loans will be reduced to 2% if the housing solution being acquired is priced at or below $14 million. Starting July 1, 2025, the service charge on mortgages will be reduced as follows. For prospective mortgagors who earn $30,000 or less each week, their service charge will be reduced from 2% to a loan, will be reduced from 2% of the loan amount to 0. Yeah, so if you earn $30,000 or less, no interest, no service charge. And for prospective mortgagors earning between $30,000 and $42,000 per week, the service charge will be reduced from 5% of the loan to 2%. Prospective mortgagors earning $42,100 per week or $42,001 per week and above, their service charge remain at 5%. Madam Speaker, currently a minimum wage earner who has contributed to the NHT for at least 7 years may access a home grant of up to $3.5 million. We are modifying the eligibility requirement in order to make the grant available to more contributors. The maximum qualifying income for home grants will now be $30,000 per week. The NHT is mindful that house construction can be challenging, particularly in light of the rising cost of labor and materials. Consequently, a number of contributors have been unable to complete their housing units or bring it to a habitable stage, resulting in some instances in contributors having to balance their limited resources between rent and servicing construction loans. In instances where a current or retired contributor earning $30,000 per week or less accessed a build and own land or construction loan benefit to construct a housing unit comprising 2 bedrooms or less, for which that unit has remained incomplete for 2 years or more due to unavailability of funds, the NHT will firstly offer the mortgager an additional loan of up to the difference between the balance of the borrower's current loan and a limit of $11 million subject to affordability. Secondly, where this additional fund is not able to bring the unit to a habitable stage, or in the case of a pensioner, there is insufficient income to support a loan arrangement, the NHT may provide a home grant of up to $3.5 million to assist in bringing the unit to completion. Now, Madam Speaker, a number of contributors who work in the public health system face challenges in finding suitable housing, especially when they are not from a nearby community or where they have been transferred from another health facility. The NHT will expand its institutional loan program and pursue partnerships with hospitals through the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the regional health authorities to provide housing for employees in the public health system. Where possible, these housing units will be constructed on the hospital compound. The NHT, yes. The NHT has begun preliminary discussions with the University Hospital of the West Indies and one rural hospital under this program. So we're going to see some houses, Minister Tufton, finally built for our doctors and nurses. Madam Speaker, currently, all contributors who do not have a mortgage processed directly with the NHT are eligible for a cash refund of their contributions as they fall due. Public sector workers are, however, able to access cash refunds even while servicing a mortgage. This option is not currently available to private sector mortgagors. Effective July 1, 2025, private sector mortgagors will have the option of either a cash refund or the application of their refund amounts to their existing mortgage obligations, provided that the loan is free of arrears. Madam Speaker, this will be assessed on a year-by-year basis based upon the NHT's cash flow position. But this is big. This is big. A lot of people, look forward to their refund. Now they will be able to, the private sector persons who have mortgages will have the same options as the public sector workers. Effective July 1, 2025, the NHT will reduce the waiting time for accessing home improvement loans from 10 years to 7 years. So, yeah. So before, you would have to wait 10 years before you could get another home improvement loan. Now we have cut that, and we have increased the loan limit to 5 million from 3.5 million. Madam Speaker, the NHT increased the loan limit in 2019 and again in 2023, and I'm pleased to announce a further increase effective July 1, 2025. The individual loan limit will be increased from $7.5 million to $9 million. For 2 co-applicants, the combined maximum loan limit will be increased from $15 million to $17 million. And for 3 co-applicants, it will be increased from $21 million to $23 million.
You're still not decided, so we can't do
if an
something
individual mortgage
independently.
is purchasing a unit
You still have to tell me
$14 million or less,
drunk crow.
The NHT will lend that individual up to $12 million subject to availability. Let me explain that a little bit. Each time we increase, we notice, Madam Speaker, that each time we increase the loan limit, we notice an increase in the price of houses. It is the most frustrating thing. And yes, it is a matter of economics. When you increase effective demand, then more people are chasing houses.
See me go drink the bleach out quench shade.
The competitive system is going to increase the price. So what we have done is to give a greater loan limit for houses that are going to be at
everything about this man
what
just
we
look
call
evil.
Affordable price point. And the affordable price point for the NHT is $14 million. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have given a policy directive to the NHT that all their resources should now be directed at producing houses that are around this price point. The NHT will not get involved in any new development of houses above this price point. So, very important. Madam Speaker. Now, you won't always get the houses at exactly 14 million, but you have to be within that target range. Because the truth is, Madam Speaker, that the real housing crisis is in the low income and affordable housing market. And that's where we have to direct. So, for construction of houses so just to be clear, Madam Speaker, if an individual mortgager is purchasing a unit priced at 14 million or less, the NHT will lend that individual up to $12 million. Now, also for construction of houses by individual contributors, the individual construction loan limit will be increased to $11 million. For 2 co-applicants, it will be $17 million, and for 3, $23 million. Madam Speaker, in 2025-2026 fiscal year, the National Housing Trust will celebrate 50 years of service to the people of Jamaica.
Until you come mash up and divert its
recognizing the profound impact of Emancipation Park and Harmony Park in providing a space for recreation, wellness, and community engagement, the NHT will commemorate its 50-year milestone by developing a new park in Mandeville, the center of the island.
Open up still like the one when Nigel left up so.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm officially announcing the third parish park. Yes, that will be in Mandeville. Additionally, for this special year of the NHT, the Trust will also award 50 scholarships. 50 scholarships instead of the 10 that we usually offer. We'll give 50 scholarships this year in various subjects. Madam Speaker, I want to turn quickly to the Factories Corporation. The Factories Corporation of Jamaica, the FCJ, continues to drive major projects that enhance productivity and capacity for economic growth across the country. The Factories Corporation of Jamaica is playing a critical role in modernizing town centers across the island. The Morant Bay Urban Center faced great skepticism from some, but now it is nearing completion. And I passed there, and it is looking really good, Madam Speaker. In fact,
what's Dolly Wally?
The demand for space there is such that they're going to be constructing an additional 2 buildings, and they have purchased lands to create a small and micro business park. Building on the success of Morant Bay, Boundbrook in Portland is out of the planning phase and will commence construction in the coming financial year. Plans are advanced for similar urban centers for Negril, Nago Head, Whole Harbour, and Lucy. These projects will bring modern infrastructure, commercial opportunities, and essential services.
A long time no job no create a St. Elizabeth, you know.
The intention is to modernize all our townships and urban commercial nodes. You know, the truth is, Madam Speaker, all our townships are overcrowded and congested, and unfortunately, aesthetically unappealing. First, we will decongest these towns by developing the bypasses, and this will also open up new lands, which we will then commission master plans for, and then we will use public-private vehicles to execute development of the new urban centers. And then we will partner with the existing property owners in the Old Town Center to develop a new plan for those old areas. So, Madam Speaker, having gone through the successful execution of the Morant Bay Urban Center, we're going to take that and go right across Jamaica to all the townships to upgrade and modernize our towns.
Not just stress Richard, shame. Shame and kill him.
Madam Speaker, I want to touch the UDC very quickly.
Yes, we are now.
Portmore Resilience Park is now 50% complete. And it is set to be open this summer. Additionally, next month, we will break ground for the Raintree Commercial Complex. A 69-lot commercial and light industrial subdivision in Caymanas, St. Catherine. This development is part of a larger 4,000-unit residential and mixed-use
mash up the old town center, them plan for the urban bullock is.
In another significant move towards urban renewal, we are expanding the Kingston Harbour Walk with support from the Caribbean Development Bank and the World Bank, ushering a new era of sustainable development in downtown Kingston and Port Royal. Madam Speaker, in collaboration with the NWA, NEPA, and the National Heritage Trust, the roadway from the Norman Manley roundabout to Port Royal will be improved, and I noted that before under the NWA.
So far has gone so long in
and
their
expanded
budget
to include a dedicated cycling lane and jogging trail. This will be done respectfully of the environment and history of the area. Madam Speaker, Kingston and indeed the wider Jamaica needs more dedicated, purpose-built recreational infrastructure.
For our Andrew gone now, you know?
Madam Speaker, to drive urban renewal, we must modernize the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act, which since 1995 has incentivized investments in regenerating blighted areas. While it has supported 56 projects, mostly in downtown Kingston, with a handful in Spanish Town and Montego Bay.
Exactly, Kate.
Its impact has been limited. Of the 25.8 billion in approved incentives,
because
only 8.5 billion has been utilized.
Touch Mark Golden when it comes
the
to
program
NHS
is set
plan.
to expire in June 2026, presenting an opportunity for a more comprehensive framework to be developed. By December 2025, we will introduce new legislation to expand redevelopment zones, streamlining approvals, and enhancing incentives. Madam Speaker, we will adopt a phased approach with certain areas being designated initially. As those are developed, additional areas will be designated. In the first phase, designated areas will include downtown Kingston, central Kingston, Vineyard Town, Swallowfield, Olympic Gardens, Spanish Town Road, Caymanas, Montego Bay, Port Antonio, Lucy, Negril, and Morant Bay.
You know, none of your plan not involve St. Elizabeth.
These areas will be formally reclassified as Urban Development Corporation designated areas, allowing the UDC to spearhead development
Cuba today, Jamrock.
Is
Jamrock
success
never hear SSL and Cuba today because he came already
and Ocherius many decades ago. So, Madam Speaker, additionally, the cumbersome approval process, which currently takes up to 3 years, will be replaced by a single approval portal under the UDC, drastically reducing delays and making investments more attractive. To further incentivize development, tax credits will become transferable. This means that the unused tax credit associated with a particular property can be transferred upon sale to the new owner, enabling greater flexibility in structuring transactions so that incentives can be fully utilized. With these reforms, the government is laying the foundation for a new era of urban transformation. Energy. Madam Speaker, the government remains resolute in its commitment to a strategic and sustainable energy transition that balances affordability, reliability, and environmental responsibility. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's commitment to renewable energy development has earned global recognition in the 2024 Climate Scope Report by Bloomberg NEF. Jamaica climbed 8 places to rank 39th worldwide and 10th in the Latin American and Caribbean region. This improvement is a testament to our robust energy policies, strategic investments, and our unwavering commitment to achieving 50% renewables by 2030. To further accelerate this transition, the government has recently awarded $100 megawatts of new renewable generation capacity, which is expected to come on stream by 2027. An additional 220 megawatts of renewables with storage are scheduled to be procured in 2025 alongside JPS's replacement of 171.5 megawatts of retiring fossil fuels units using only renewables. This will bring Jamaica's electricity generation to approximately 48% when the projects are connected to the grid. Madam Speaker, this is a measure. This is a measured and structured approach to the priority that we place on a stable grid, cost effectiveness, and the long-term sustainability of our electricity sector. The government acknowledges recent discussions in the media regarding the pace of our renewable energy transition, while some argue that a more rapid shift would be necessary. This government remains committed to a structured and responsible approach that secures low prices while ensuring grid reliability.
What are your renewable sources,
we are
Prime Minister?
steadfast in our adherence to the Integrated Resource Plan, which serves as a blueprint for sustainable and cost-effective energy development. Madam Speaker, the cost of energy is a key component of the cost of living, and this government has introduced significant changes to cushion the impact of high energy costs. As I had announced in November 2024, and the Minister of Finance and the Public Service stated last week, the GCT on residential electricity will be reduced.
You remember all Greenman cost you over
7% effective May 1, 2025.
You come back to there again.
Also, the 150 kilowatt per month GCT free threshold will be removed and replaced with an incentive-based rebate of 10% for customers consuming up to 250 kilowatts.
Old boy, this father God. Oh, he lie and blood clot me when me tell him that.
Consuming up to 255 kilowatt hours are entitled to the rebate. Madam Speaker, the government is also determined to address the issue of energy poverty in the country. We are allocating $1 billion to cover wiring and inspection costs for the first 200 first-time JPS customers under the program to regularize and get them on the grid. We are also exploring ways to reduce the cost of formalization, including innovative technical solutions such as ready boards complete with circuit breakers, socket outlets, and a light that could effectively form a low-cost starter pack for household wiring. So, Madam Speaker, the technology actually exists to give you a compact and ready-to-use connection to electricity. So we are exploring that. We have looked at some options. We are displaying one right now, and we're going to be making that available so that people who are now, when you talk to people who are illegally abstracting electricity, let me put it that way. They know it's wrong, but in their minds, how can we expect them to live without electricity? In effect, there is a kind of expectation, that the use of electricity is a human right, and somehow the state should provide for it. Now, our budget would not be able to take that on, but the current situation is untenable, where there is a large portion of our population that is consuming electricity illegally. Somebody's paying for it, and it is the consumers who actually pay their electricity bills. So we have to find a way, we have to find a good equilibrium in this situation, where we make it easier for people to get onto the grid legally and safely. And then we have to find ways to get people to be able to pay for the electricity as they earn and as they use. So in effect, the challenge is not just the high electricity rates, it is the high onboarding rate, the cost of wiring, the cost of inspection. And then it is the inflexible payment system, especially if you are on the postpaid system. So we have to bring these kinds of innovation to market. And governments have tried. The member from St. Andrews Southeast had mentioned that when he was in the Ministry of Energy, that they had started a project. But this project builds on that in some ways, but this is far more comprehensive. But more than that, this project has staying power because we're making an allocation for this budget, but you can bet that the next budget, we will also have a bigger allocation to the more. So for the first 20,000 prepaid meter installations under the program, there will be a free monthly top-up of $4,000 per month for 6 months, the cost of which will be shared 50-50 between JPSCO and the government. Madam Speaker, as Minister Vaz has already announced, the government has signaled its intention to renegotiate the license with JPS, which expires July 2027, and this is in the process of, we are in the process of engaging international experts to support it. Madam Speaker, I want to now turn very quickly to the reform of the bureaucracy to improve ease, speed, and cost of doing business. The R in Aspire. And let me say, Madam Speaker, that we are serious about reforming Jamaica's bureaucracy. The graph which is about to be shown shows the total factor productivity trend for Jamaica from 1964 to 2019. That's what our productivity, leader of the opposition, that's what it looks like. I think it's a national problem. And I mean, you can draw political inferences, but I don't think that is going to be useful in the solution. The real challenge is we're just not as productive as we should be as a nation. And I think I mean, I have to say it, I don't want to say it, it's not the politically correct thing to say, but we can't skip around the problem. Productivity is a real challenge for the country. And you're looking at it from 1964 to 2009, and you can see that there were, moments of spikes when it increased, but by and large, the trend for productivity since our independence is that it is declining. It is declining. So, Madam Speaker, the apparent paradox of lower employment post-2016 it is associated with a flat or marginal declining productivity. So in 2016, what we're seeing with employment is that post-2016, employment is going down. Unemployment is going down. So one would expect that output would be going up. But as was pointed out also by the leader of the opposition, the truth is, because we are pulling in marginal labor into the labor force in terms of skills and productivity, what it is doing is actually drawing down overall productivity. And that is why we are investing so heavily through heart to train those persons who we are bringing in marginally into the workforce to increase their productivity. Just for comparison, the graph that will be shown shortly, for comparison, would be what the productivity of the Dominican Republic, which would be a peer country in the region, looks like. And you can see that their productivity is increasing. The Dominican Republic is probably the fastest growing country outside of Guyana now in the region. And so that is what a growing and a productive country will look like. We need to, Madam Speaker, get our productivity up. To boost productivity, we must urgently reform Jamaica's public bureaucracy. While our stringent fiscal policies have successfully reduced debt and restored stability, the same controls that curbed wasteful spending now delay approvals, stall infrastructure projects, and hinder growth. These systems must be redesigned to meet today's development needs. A clear example is the Troy Bridge in Trelawney Southern, which collapsed in August 2021. Despite bipartisan support, it took nearly 3 years to clear bureaucratic hurdles before construction finally began in 2024. The delay was not due to funding or technical constraints, but to the inefficiency of our public investment and procurement processes. Jamaica must now shift from merely controlling spending to enabling strategic growth. This does not mean abandoning accountability, but finding a balanced approach that safeguards public funds while allowing decisive action. The amendments to the Procurement Act are a step forward, but much more is needed. Just as we dominate track and field with our speed, we must make efficiency and ease of doing business our competitive edge. By cutting red tape and leveraging technology, we will transform Jamaica into the region's most business-friendly destination. To drive this transformation, I have appointed Minister Marks to lead the Streamlining Processes for Efficiency and Economic Development SPEED initiative. Minister Marks will oversee a comprehensive review of governance systems to eliminate inefficiencies, reduce delays, and enhance business operations. Minister Marks' SPEED mandate is to undertake a comprehensive review of Jamaica's governance arrangements, systems, and processes, and to implement targeted reforms across the whole of government that will eliminate inefficiencies, reduce bureaucratic delays, and enhance the ease and speed of doing business. Today, I'm making the first announcement under SPEED. I have directed Minister Vaz to implement the following changes. 1, the first certificate of fitness for a new motor vehicle will be issued for 5 years. For used vehicles, 10 years or less, the validity period for certificates of fitness will be 3 years. For vehicles older than 10 years, the current yearly renewal schedule will remain. Number 2, vehicle registration. motorists currently have an option to renew motor vehicle registration for 6 months or for 1 year. We will be introducing a 2-year renewal option. Madam Speaker, just think of the time that we will save people. And we don't lose anything by it. I know it might mash up some people's plan, but that is what efficiency does. You know, Madam Speaker, there is a school of thought about how you deal with corruption. And people don't recognize that corruption and inefficiency are two sides of the same coin. If you really want to deal with corruption, deal with inefficiency. So I'm certain that with just this one move, we will save a lot of man hours and other things as well. So this is just the beginning. We will be reviewing systems and processes across all sectors. And I just want to point out here, especially the approvals. It is a headache and a nightmare. And sometimes I'm of the view that persons are acting deliberately to withhold and frustrate development approvals. It's as if they find every single thing to withhold development. Yes. Madam Speaker, as I stand here, we're going to deal with that in a very systematic and surgical way. So, as I said, this is just the beginning. We will be reviewing systems and processes across all sectors to identify ways to make life simpler and more convenient and more affordable for citizens, whether it is in reducing waiting times, improving service delivery, or streamlining regulatory and approval processes. We are taking a comprehensive approach to ensure that everyday experiences in Jamaica for our citizens is one of efficiency, fairness, and ease. Madam Speaker, there can be no digital society without a proper system of identification and authentication. A national identification system has been talked about for over 50 years. The government has finally got it done. We commenced issuing Jamaica's first electronic identification cards on November 15, 2024. The next step is to develop and expand digital services that leverage this secure and reliable form of identification. With the new electronic national identification cards, citizens will be able to verify their identity securely online, eliminating the need for cumbersome paperwork and in-person visits. This will pave the way for e-government services, digital payments, and more efficient, transparent, and inclusive public sector. Madam Speaker, we are not only making life easier for our people, but also unlocking new opportunities for innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. Madam Speaker, pensioners currently have to complete a proof of life form every 3 months and get it signed by a JP. I don't know how they do it. We will soon be introducing the I'm Alive app, or rather I Am Alive app, that will enable you to use your national ID, your NIDS, to complete the proof of life form from the comfort of your home in no more than 2 minutes. We have a short video, I don't know if it can be played, to give a preview of how it will work.
Thank you. He's Tony.
I want to emphasize that the AmAlive app is just an option, and if persons choose to use the old way, fine with us, but there is now this greater convenient way which we encourage our pensioners to use. We are currently renovating and upgrading the post offices to modern post offices. So yeah, so we're going to upgrade the post office to modern post offices and nearer service centers. And we're starting in Mandeville, Black River, Maypen, Santa Cruz, Ocho Rios, Montego Bay, Falmouth, St. Anne's Bay, Brownstown, and Spalding. The construction schedule is to be completed in the first quarter of 2025-2026, and additional locations are slated for renovation, and they are in the process of procurement. And so that will be Mona, Constant Spring, Halfway Tree, Lucy, Savlanamar. The RGD Spanish Town, Linstead, Whole Harbour, Yallas, Morant Bay, Port Antonio, Port Maria, and Greater Portmore. These will be all areas where persons can go to get their NIDS, their national ID, as soon as they are upgraded. Madam Speaker, I want to now move quickly to the E in Aspire, economic diversification. If we are to secure Jamaica's long-term economic prosperity, we must broaden our economic base and create new engines of growth. This means catalyzing the development of new industries, ones where Jamaica possesses unique comparative and competitive advantages, and where we can carve out a niche in the global marketplace. For decades, we have spoken about untapped opportunities in emerging markets. We have recognized Jamaica's potential in areas such as shipping and logistics, digital services, agribusiness, medical tourism, creative industries, and renewable energy. However, despite the discussions, these industries have not yet scaled up into a transformative way. We are determined to take decisive actions to ensure that these opportunities materialize in a sustainable, high-value way that generates jobs, increase exports, and drive inclusive growth. Economic diversification is an imperative if we are to reduce our vulnerability to external shocks, create more dynamic and competitive economy, and provide greater opportunities for Jamaicans across all sectors of the society. We must invest in the industries of tomorrow while strengthening the foundations of today. Madam Speaker, for decades, we have spoken of the vision to make Jamaica the premier logistics hub of the Americas. We are making steady progress towards realizing this vision. Madam Speaker, the Port of Kingston is a critical element of Jamaica's vision to become a global logistics hub, leveraging our strategic location at the intersection of the north, south, and east-west shipping lanes. Since July 2016, we have entered into a 30-year concession agreement for the expansion and modernization of the Kingston Container Terminal. Over US $400 million has been invested in capital improvements, equipment, and advanced geopositioning technology to bring the terminal to world-class levels. An additional $50 million will be invested in 2025 in two more cranes and other equipment. Madam Speaker, cargo volumes at the terminal have surged by 50% since 2017, Employment at the terminal has also risen by 53%. Today, Kingston proudly ranks among the top 100 ports globally, a testament to the strategic advancements we have made. The rapid growth means, the rapid volume of growth means that we are running out of space to store containers. It is a good problem to have to maintain our efficiency and competitiveness. We are taking decisive actions. The Port Authority of Jamaica is working with the Kingston Freeport Terminal Limited to expand cargo storage and construct an additional 15 hectares of space on the Westlands at a cost of US $80 million with potential for further expansion. On the map now being displayed, the area shaded in, well, the map is being displayed, but when it is, the area shaded in red shows the existing area of the Kingston Freeport Terminal Limited, and the area shaded in green is Kingston Wharves Limited. And this area, the area shown in yellow on the map, is the Westlands, where the $80 million will be spent to expand our port. In addition, Madam Speaker, as I had announced in my budget presentation last year, plans are in motion to relocate domestic aviation operations from Tinson Pen to Norman Manley International Airport and reroute Marcus Garvey Drive. This will free up significant additional lands needed for further port expansion. This is shown in blue on the map being displayed. And that's a big investment, Madam Speaker. And we are going to, in short order, see these investments come to fruition. Madam Speaker, I quickly want to say that the government recognizes that there are many roads, orphan roads as we call them. Some of them are in development and industrial estates. And Madam Speaker, the Newport West Road is one of them. The government is taking a proactive approach by engaging the private stakeholders who are willing to invest in the rehabilitation of the road that they use daily. I'm pleased to report that we will be entering into a public-private partnership arrangement with the Port Authority, the Jamaica Customs Agency, the National Works Agency, the Shipping Association of Jamaica, and the Kingston Wharves Limited for the repair of the road infrastructure in Newport West to cost over $80 million. We are actively exploring similar PPP arrangements for other priority areas where private sector collaboration can help fast-track road improvements. Now, this government is thinking differently and acting decisively to find solutions to long-standing challenges. Beyond the port and the lands in the immediate vicinity of the ports, another key pillar of our logistics vision is the 700-acre Caymanas Special Economic Zone project. Now, this has been spoken about so many times. I see the response of the leader of the opposition. He has been in parliament and would have heard both sides speak about this. And as I said, it is part of my job to deal with these legacy issues.
He doesn't understand.
So, Madam Speaker, this project has been talked about for decades. The government is finally making it a reality with a strategic location near the Port of Kingston and major highways. The Caymanas Special Economic Zone is set to transform Jamaica's logistics and manufacturing sectors, attracting global investment and creating thousands of jobs. Madam Speaker, to catalyze the project, the Port Authority has been tasked with land preparation to address climate change risks, including flooding, bringing basic infrastructure and utilities to the site, creating direct transportation linkages to the container terminal, as well as constructing pre-built space for investors who would wish to come to Jamaica but would rather lease facilities. To date, the detailed engineering designs have been completed. The tendering process for the first phase of land preparation and infrastructure work is completed, and all the necessary approvals are in place. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that the groundbreaking for the Caymanas Special Economic Zone is scheduled for the first quarter of the incoming fiscal year. So, Madam Speaker, likely the end of April. So we have gone past talk, we have done the work, and we are now ready to break ground and start construction. So, for decades, we have talked about making Jamaica the logistics hub for the Americas. For too long, this vision remained but that, just a vision. But under this government, we are turning words into actions and plans into progress and ambition into achievements. We are not just talking about Jamaica's potential, we are unlocking it. We are building the logistics hub, creating jobs, driving investments, and securing our place in global trade. Madam Speaker, I have quite an extensive presentation here on tourism and how we're going to diversify tourism. But I'm going to ask the Minister of Tourism to make that presentation. But I want to go quickly to agriculture. Now, I now turn towards a sector that is fundamental to our survival and prosperity, agriculture, the lifeblood of our nation. Agriculture is not just about tradition, it's about our future. A nation that cannot feed itself cannot be truly independent. Our policy is built on 3 pillars. First, reducing the cost of food for all Jamaicans. Second, maximizing the productivity and potential of our farmers. And third, improving agricultural sustainability. Madam Speaker, there is no denying it. Food is expensive. I know how difficult it is, and I am aware of the impact this is having on many families. Madam Speaker, this government will not increase the cost of food with more taxes. Instead, we have made strategic reviews of tariffs for food that we do not produce at competitive prices locally. A significant portion of every dollar spent on imported food would be taxes. There are import duties, stamp duties, and general consumption tax, not to mention compliance fees and environmental levy. A few months ago, the opposition spokesperson on agriculture said that he would put a little thing on food. Madam Speaker, I believe that he would do it. They did it not once, but twice. In 2007, their government introduced the environmental levy, and then in 2015, they increased it. They heap these taxes on the backs of Jamaican people, further increasing the cost of food. We'll not go back to those days. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, along with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, established a working group to conduct a strategic review of all our food imports to determine which duties to reduce. Recommendations from the group are now being reviewed by the Ministry of Finance for implementation. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that these measures will not hurt our farmers. In fact, we will be increasing the Ministry of Agriculture's 1.2 billion production and productivity program to help our farmers navigate any uncertainty. Madam Speaker, in 2016, when we received a mandate from the Jamaican people, the level of direct support to farmers was around 200 million. In 2020, in our 2020 manifesto, we indicated that we would move that figure to at least $1 billion through our Agri-Care initiative. We have held true to that commitment, and since then, we have provided over $4 billion in direct support to our farmers. Madam Speaker, the government will also ensure through the Consumer Affairs Commission and the Ministry of Agriculture that distributors, wholesalers, and supermarkets do not exploit consumers by inflating prices. Commodity price reports will be published bi-weekly through traditional and social media to keep the public informed and protect consumers from unfair practices. Madam Speaker, as we are all aware, last year was one of the most challenging years for agriculture. We saw our new climate realities on full display as we went through a drought, and then a Category 5 hurricane, and then non-stop rains. The recovery of our agriculture sector must be quick and robust. While a number of inputs critical to agriculture production are zero-rated, the Ministry of Agriculture has highlighted that seeds are not, and as such, are adding costs to local production. I have therefore directed the Minister of Finance and Public Service to do the necessary amendment to the GCT Act to make seeds zero-rated. We care for our farmers. We promote food security now, and we have to increase our international competitiveness and productivity. We will also revise the GCT Act to redefine eligible vehicles to include versatile options like panel vans and small trucks. These vehicles will now benefit from the existing 20% duty concession that currently applies to pickup trucks. In other words, we are removing barriers that limit our farmers' ability to transport perishable goods, equipment, and livestock feed efficiently. You know, Madam Speaker, it's just the things that we do that make sense. So, Madam Speaker, if you look at it, a farmer can easily get a duty concession for a van, a pickup that is essentially a luxury good. Essentially. But what they would really need is a vehicle with more capacity to carry load, which is more practical. And this is when bureaucracy becomes self-indulgent. That is it. The bureaucracy is just self-indulgent. And it takes a practical eye to look at the thing and say, listen, just get it done. Don't tell me foolishness. Get it done. So we have to take that approach to transforming the bureaucracy. Because the practical thing is you need a small truck or a panel van.
Mark, we still don't understand the British language.
This government will also move to amend the age to permit the importation of light commercial vehicles from 10 to 15 years to reduce the financial burden on farmers. While our fish farmers have always benefited from these duty concessions, our marine fishers have not. And this is an unfortunate anomaly which must be addressed. So I've given directives that steps should be taken for our registered fishers to be included in the 20% duty concession regime. The effective date will be announced by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, our farmers have faced repeated devastations from drought and storms. After such disasters, there are severe shortages and prices skyrocket. To compensate, farmers replant at the same time, resulting in an oversupply, and in turn, prices collapse. We are seeing this with tomatoes, for example. To address this, the government is expanding our cold storage capacity. Last month, we broke ground for a 124 million state-of-the-art facility in Kirkvine, Manchester. We have also started the procurement process to commence the refurbishment of the Colleyville cold storage facility. Madam Speaker, access to water has been a perennial challenge for decades, but this administration has presided over the most significant expansion of irrigation access in the history of Jamaica. I am pleased to announce that the Parnassus Agro Park, which would have benefited from the Southern Plains Agricultural Development Project, has now been completed. Over 60 farmers have been approved, and this new agro park will commence operation next month. The Southern Plain Agricultural Development Project has now benefited over 800 farms in total. Essex Valley, which would benefit over 1,000 farmers, is almost complete. The contract has been signed for the final element of the project, acquiring the pumps and the pumps for 5 wells. I look forward to the commissioning of this system as your Prime Minister in 2026. The final year, we will start, this financial year, we will start the civil engineering work for the $30 billion Pedro Plain irrigation scheme, which will benefit 5,000 farmers. What we did for our farmers in Parnassus, Comapen, Downs, New Forest, Amity Hall, and Bridgepen, we will now do for our farmers in Pedro Plains. Madam Speaker, as we look to the future of agriculture investment in research, but before I go to that, Madam Speaker, this Pedro Plains project was talked about before I was born. As I said, Madam Speaker, I find myself taking up these projects and trying to these legacy projects which other governments start or toyed around and never completed it. And Madam Speaker, it's not a complaint, because when you take the baton, you have to run with it. But Madam Speaker, you're waiting for the baton and taking so many batons. It kind of slow you up because you want to be looking ahead. But the truth is, this is an important project. It's an important project. It is going to unleash the productivity of that area. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that I will be able to commission that project. Madam Speaker, as we look to the future of agriculture, investment in research and development is no longer optional. It is essential. To accelerate this transformation, we are investing $6.3 billion over the next 6 years in the renovation of borders and other research stations. We are also actively engaging in partnerships with global leaders in agricultural innovation, including in India. Our own University of the West Indies, the College of Agricultural Science and Education, and the University of Technology will play a central role in advancing research tailored to Jamaica's unique landscape. To this end, we are converting CASE into a fully agricultural-based university. The government is also partnering with these institutions to share important scientific work, such as strategies to improve soil quality. Madam Speaker, this is a turning point. Agriculture must not be seen as an industry of hardship, but one of opportunity, investment, and national pride. We are ushering in a new era where farmers are empowered, where food prices are fair, and where Jamaica is globally competitive.
Martin, which is only about English stuff. Only British stuff. He doesn't understand. Martin, British, only about British things. You don't want to go to Jamaica. Martin, British. You know about British alone. Not here. That's Scotland.
Madam Speaker, the cultural and creative and entertainment industries are cornerstones of Jamaica's informal economy, contributing significant income for many families. Madam Speaker, rest assured, the Aspire Growth Strategy recognizes the vital role of these industries, and my administration is committed to providing the resources to support and expand them. Madam Speaker, a once forgotten location, Fort Rocky, is now poised to be our first declared entertainment zone. The Minister of Culture, will give us more updates on some of the other initiatives that are there for the creative industries. But Madam Speaker, you will recall the launch of the $1 billion Jamaica Screen Development Initiative launched in 2024. I am pleased to announce that 406 applications were received from local filmmakers, and 259 of these met the criteria for further evaluation. In fact, 7 projects have already been awarded film festival support. A further 9 films in progress will also be awarded support to complete their filming. And just yesterday, another 51 films were selected for development funding, and evaluation for films at the production level will begin shortly. This is the start of a burgeoning film industry in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we can attract top-tier movie productions to Jamaica. We saw that with the Bob Marley movie produced by Paramount. And for that film, over 1,800 short-term jobs were created, and US $20 million was spent in the country. JAMPRO is currently negotiating a co-production treaty with Canada, which will allow Canadian filmmakers to partner with Jamaican filmmakers to film in Jamaica. We are also pursuing similar arrangements with Nigeria, India, and South America. Madam Speaker, with sound policies and funding, we will make movies for the world based on our culture that are produced by Jamaicans at Jamaican facilities. Madam Speaker, there is a great call for more incentives to the film industry and for entertainment. And the government is considering it very carefully because we understand the different dynamics of the film and entertainment industry. And so we are seriously reviewing our policy. We have made a commitment and we provided the $1 billion. In budgets to come, no doubt, we will provide further support. But what we have to be always careful with, Madam Speaker, is that when we provide scarce funding, we can't just allow it to be used up without tangible results coming from it. And so there is a process which can be very involved to ensure that we get value for money from the funds. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that we see the great potential that just one big feature film can do for Destination Jamaica. So I want to give assurance to the people in the industry that the government is sympathetic, the government understands, and the government will make further allocations as they are possible given our fiscal situation. I would encourage our filmmakers, our script writers, and our producers not to be deterred by, and our animators, not to be deterred by any form of financial scarcity that might now exist. Develop your concepts, develop your films and your scripts, because the future for film and the support from the government is bright. Madam Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring that no Jamaican is left behind. Madam Speaker, we conceptualized a program called the New Social Housing Program. And when we conceptualized the program, the idea was to end kind of, homelessness and shelter poverty for persons who live in the worst of the worst housing conditions. Madam Speaker, I believe I have here some beneficiaries from the New Social Housing Program. We have Mr. Jeffter McIntosh from Westmoreland. And I believe we have Ivadne from, I believe that would be from St. Elizabeth. But, Madam Speaker, the New Social Housing Program is the epitome of care and solidarity with the poor. The criticism that it is one house, I don't mind. Every week, I'm doing 3, 4, 5, 6, because the question must be asked, how many did they do? And Madam Speaker, yes, it's 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do more. But the thing is, Madam Speaker, there is now a system in place. There is now a process. And every week we are delivering and handing over a house. We estimate that to end shelter poverty, we would have to build about 6,000 units to help the families who are in the worst of the worst. And we have already gone past 300. And this coming financial year, we are going to scale up what we are doing, because now we have some funding that's coming from tourism. So when we do 3 and 4 and 5 and 7 every week, now we can go up to 10 and 12 and 14. So we are going to increase the pace. So that is, that is the program. So
everybody benefits. Under our government, everybody benefits.
So, Madam Speaker, this is the program that shows solidarity. In the 1980s, former Prime Minister Edward Seaga had a program called Solidarity, a program where we provided economic enablement to the poor. So we are announcing our renewed solidarity program, Madam Speaker. As we continue our mission to build a stronger and more inclusive Jamaica, we recognize that many of our citizens are in need, but do not benefit from any existing government program. To address this, we are introducing the $1 billion Solidarity Program. And in its first iteration, we will be providing a one-time cash grant of $20,000 to 50,000 vulnerable individuals who are not enrolled in PATH, social pension, NIDS, or the reverse income tax credit. So even Jamaicans who are not attached to anything, the state has compassion for you. The state is concerned about your welfare. The state cares about you. We stand in solidarity with you. So the initiative will support elderly persons in need, youth not engaged in education or employment, micro businesses affected by disaster, low-income informal workers, medically indigent individuals, and persons with disabilities facing economic hardship. We have to find all of these people who are in the society, who are left out and who are suffering. Madam Speaker, we recognize that some of these persons may lack formal identification, and this may be a barrier to them participating in other social support programs. The government will assist them in obtaining birth certificates through Operation Birthright and securing a national identification card to facilitate their inclusion in future opportunities. So we are proposing the online portal that was used for the CARE program during the pandemic, and applications will be made through this portal. Referrals will be managed through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and we will enlist the members of parliament, as they did during the pandemic, to find the persons in their constituencies who qualify and ensure that they enroll for this program. Madam Speaker, so the Solidarity Program would be the first expression of the care, but we want to continue to care for them. So we want them to be identified and registered with the state. So if there are an elderly person, they don't have not registered on the pension program, bring them onto this. If they could qualify for the PATH program, we start to investigate their case. If they're a young person and they're not attached to any training program, we get them onto a training program. So that's the idea. Right, and then some of them might need support with health. Get them on the health fund. Right, so that's the whole idea behind this solidarity program. So we will be once you are registered, then we can constantly bring the programs of the state to support you in these issues. Madam Speaker, our nation thrives on the dedication and the resilience of our workforce, especially those who contribute daily in essential but oftentimes underappreciated roles. From household workers and artisans to laborers, store clerks, and security personnel. These individuals form the backbone of our economy, supporting industries that drive national development and prosperity. Therefore, we are pleased to announce that starting from June 1, 2025, the national minimum wage will increase from $15,000 per 40-hour work week to $16,000 per 40-hour work week. This represents a 6.7% increase, reinforcing our commitment to improving the livelihoods of our lowest paid workers while ensuring economic stability. Madam Speaker, when my administration took office in 2016, the minimum wage was $16,200. This latest $6,200. I was just checking if you're listening. $6,200. This latest increase to $16,000 represents an unprecedented 158% increase over 9 years. Cumulative inflation over that period remains well below this rate, and even in the United States dollars. This adjustment represents significant real growth in earnings for minimum wage workers. The government remains committed to creating prosperity for Jamaica and Jamaicans, and we are proud to share these gains with all. This government remains committed to supporting our hardworking citizens, ensuring fair wages, and improving living standards for all Jamaicans as we move forward together towards a more prosperous future. My fellow Jamaicans, in just a decade, we have transformed Jamaica from the brink of economic collapse into the strongest economy since our independence. We have conquered the challenges of macroeconomic stability and debt reduction. Hard-fought victories that have freed us from the cycle of crisis after crisis. It is now time for us to build on the strong foundation that we have created to focus on generating robust growth that will deliver more opportunities for all Jamaicans to pursue their God-given talent and fulfill their dreams and aspirations. We are ready to move Jamaica to the next chapter, which is about accelerating growth for peace, productivity, and prosperity. It means that the mother working tirelessly to provide for her children can look forward to great opportunities and a better quality of life. It means that the young entrepreneur with big dreams will find the support to turn ideas into success. It means that every citizen, whether in the hills of St. Thomas, the streets of Kingston, or the fields of St. Elizabeth, will feel the impact of a government that is working for them. This next chapter is about building a Jamaica where hard work is rewarded, where dreams are nurtured, and where prosperity is not just for the few, but for all. The next chapter will not unfold overnight. Just as it took years of discipline and sacrifice to secure our economic stability, achieving true economic independence and sustained growth will require continued focus, effort, and an unwavering commitment to national progress. But history has shown that when we Jamaicans come together as one people, our resilience, determination, and spirit knows no bounds. Madam Speaker, this government has never been about empty promises or mere talk. We have an unmatched track record of performance and results. When the world faced the worst global health and economic crisis in 100 years, it was this government that led Jamaica through the storm, protecting lives, safeguarding businesses, and ensuring that our economy rebounded stronger than ever. While many nations are still struggling, Jamaica stands strong. With record low unemployment, the lowest debt in 50 years, robust reserves, and stable, resilient economy that is delivering for the people. Madam Speaker, while others are talking, this government has been working because, as Proverbs 14:23 reminds us, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. The Jamaican people know who has delivered for them. The Jamaican people know who has steered this country through crises and into prosperity. Madam Speaker, the Jamaican people also know that the work is not yet done. I call on all Jamaicans at home and abroad to join us in writing Jamaica's next chapter. Let us together aspire for the greatness that is the endowment of our forebears. The greatness we know we have always been capable of. The greatness that has defined us throughout history. And the greatness that will propel us into the future of boundless opportunity. Let us move forward, not just with hope, but with action. Let us not just dream with our eyes closed, but envision and create the future with our eyes open. My fellow Jamaicans, now more than ever, I am convinced that Jamaica's best days are ahead of us. My fellow Jamaicans, this is a year of decision. This is a year when you will be called upon to make a choice. For the first time, a prospectus has been placed before you, not a manifesto, not a promise of what we intend to do.
Amen.
But a prospectus,
Amen.
a dissertation of what we have done.
Hear it! Hear it! Hear it! Hear it!
For the first time, you have a rational basis on which to judge options.
Hear, hear.
The choice of selecting a government is always an emotional one. Sometimes it can be as emotional as your connection to a football team. But the consequence of supporting the wrong football team cannot compare to the anguish that you will suffer if you support the wrong government. I have stood in this parliament and I have given the history lesson of Jamaica's economic experience. I have given you the information on which you can make your rational decisions. I urge every Jamaican in this year of decision to choose wisely, choose rationally. I urge you as I close, choose Jamaica. Massive tour.
Tony, wake up, man.
Good evening. It is the final budget presentation of Andrew Holness. We honestly have been waiting all evening.
House Leader.
And the Prime Minister is still yet to present the budget. Never before in our country have we had a Prime Minister on his feet for 5 hours without a budget presentation. I'm sure many of us are still waiting for the Prime Minister to start the budget presentation. I'm sure a lot who's in the Prime Minister corner will say he has done well, amazing. Never has he put on such a powerful budget presentation before. But some of us would ask you, where was it? How come we waited so long? My God, it was grueling. It was much about nothing. We heard nothing new. We heard a petulant rant for the whole evening. Thank you all for being here with me this evening, and a very grueling evening for all of us. Some of us really thought in an election year we would have heard something. that really shocked or wooed us. Has the budget started yet? Thank you very much for joining us this evening on what was a painful historical evening. I don't know if when we sleep and wake tomorrow, we will remember anything. I mean, anything about what the Prime Minister stutter and spitter. So if you don't hear we say anything, we no remember. Because at the university, them now make you sit down and listen to any twaddle for longer than an hour and a half. Because them know once your brain get tired, you're now going to remember bull, duckery, bull. As that was it is this evening. Thank you and goodbye from Global TV. Hey, has the budget started yet?
If you don't like missing out on the latest shows but still enjoy classic hits, then Global TV Group 358 is your perfect match. Global TV Group 358 isn't just another channel, it's your ultimate TV experience. From breaking news to binge-worthy dramas and timeless classics, we've got it all. Our unique blend of original content and global favorites means there's something for everyone. And guess what? With GTVG's seamless streaming, you can watch anywhere, anytime. Plus, our interactive features let you be part of the action. So, whether you're a seasoned binge watcher or a casual viewer, Global TV Group 358 is here to keep you entertained day and night. Don't just watch TV, experience it with Global TV Group 358. Subscribe now and never miss a moment.